Well, this is interesting because my computer got turned off, so it was all ready. Okay, here we go. Great. Thank you very much to the committee for the invitation to come and address this audience. I'm really impressed with what is going to be a growing large number of students coming together from across Texas, and that's pretty impressive. So I wanted to, and my talk, I'm going to give you a little bit of a caveat. It's not going to be very biological, but I think it is ecological. I am an ecosystem ecologist, as Jorge said, but I have been spending a lot of time working at the interfaces of very different domains. So social sciences, engineering, design, futures, sustainability, science. And our group specifically focuses at the intersection of climate change, especially extreme events, and with the urbanization and urban systems. So today I'm going to focus on a feature, an approach that we have developed, a sort of conceptual framework, if you will, for co-producing visions of positive futures for cities, using case studies that are derived from several projects, but and you can see those projects are the logos on the bottom there. But I want to also try to acknowledge my collaborators, my many collaborators who I don't do any of this work alone, and I'll try to mention them as I go, but I just want to sort of acknowledge them as a group right here before we start. So if you hear of any great ideas coming out of my mouth, they maybe came from somebody else. We live in a period, a time of very rapid change. And this has been called the Anthropocene, and there's some controversy about that. But the important thing to note is that a lot of things that are accelerating in change on the left in the orange diagrams, things like the increase in population, increase in water use, paper production, international tourism, all of these sorts of things are accelerating, and corresponding to that, we have Earth system trends that are changing on the right in blue. Everyone knows about the increase in carbon dioxide, marine fish capture. I'll just pick out some of these: ocean acidification and so forth. So this era is characterized by rapid change, for sure. But also, as we have impacts of that change, they're compounded one on the other. So you might have, for example, a heat wave associated with power failures, or flooding associated with high wind throw or something like that. This is also an era associated with increased complexity. So not just complicated, but complex problems, increased inequity, unfortunately. So we see that many of the people that are the most least prepared for disaster are the most affected. And we also see that there is increased uncertainty. If you have heard of the idea of stationarity, the idea of stationarity says that we can predict what the future would look like based on our knowledge of what has happened in the past. And that has been thrown out of the water because basically we know that the probabilities of an event happening that we can derive from the past are no longer really applying in this time period. So this increased uncertainty is another characteristic of this region, of this area. Now, when we talk about climate change, people talk about the increase in global mean temperature. Now, everyone knows, because you all are scientists, you know that the mean often is not really very useful, understanding the mean. And this is an example because this shows us the temperature variation on a seasonal basis. And it also shows us how that temperature anomaly, that variation from some average, which I believe in this case is somewhere between 1980 and 2015, so the average global mean temperature, you can see that the temperature varies seasonally, and that all seasons the temperature has increased from the blue in 1880 up to the most recent data, which are in 2023. Actually, I had a plot that goes further. And you can see that at some points, those, like 2023 in the summer, for example, that line is pulling off the rest of the curve. But in general, we see a dramatic increase in temperature in all seasons. But another factor is natural disasters or extreme events, and natural disasters have been increasing as well. In this plot, we see 1980 to about 2015. And this is the number of natural disasters compiled by the Munich Reinsurance Company. And every one of these bars, except for the red bars at the bottom, are associated with climate. So these are all climate-driven changes in extreme events. And in fact, people experience climate change most immediately and urgently through extreme events. So the fact is that in our cities, for example, and in other areas, extreme events are the things that people are noticing about climate change. And when we see any action taken on climate change, it often is in the wake of some kind of extreme event. But there's an ugly reality that emerges when we start thinking about these, the impacts of extreme events, which is shown in the graphic here. And these are the projected economic change, damage associated with climate change, ranked in US counties from the poorest to the wealthiest. And we can see that the most damage will occur for the people that are the least prepared for that. So this is this aspect of inequity that we're seeing around the world, actually. So my team has been working in urban ecosystems, and my talk today is coming from that perspective. So cities are particularly vulnerable to the increase in extreme events, and this is because cities are often located along coastlines, along rivers that flood, and in dryland areas as well. But cities also concentrate people, and they concentrate the infrastructure that people rely on for their livelihoods. So, and the world is continuing to urbanize. So sometime in 2006, I believe we passed 50% of the world's population living in cities. That number, that proportion is expected to go up to 80–90% by the end of this century. And so we have massive increases. All the increases in population essentially are happening in cities, and most of those are happening in the global south or the developing world. So this intersection of climate and change and urbanization, especially extreme events, makes it really important for us to understand how urban ecosystems can build resilience to those extreme events. So given this background, in 2015, we established this network called Urban Resilience to Extreme Sustainability Research Network. And we focused in this network on 4 types of extreme events: coastal flooding, extreme heat, drought, and urban flooding. And we conducted this research in 9 US and Latin American cities. It involved a lot of people. It was a pretty big project. But what I want to really pull out from this in order to sort of frame the rest of the talk is that the key advances, I think, that we achieved in this work included the development of a conceptual framing of social, ecological, technological systems, which I will get into next. And then finally, the co-production with city practitioners, teams of people from government, from management, from community leaders, from NGOs and so forth, of 60 future scenarios. So these are stories about possible futures that are told with a positive spin. So the idea of positive futures. So those 2 ideas are going to organize the rest of my talk. So first with the SETS framework. This is a recent publication that my colleague Mike Chester led. He's a sustainability engineer, is what he calls himself. And what we're arguing in this paper is that we need to move away from this perspective that argues that we control nature. It's this control perspective which holds that the world is stable when in fact we know it's rapidly changing, that systems are complicated. That means there's lots of parts, but we can understand how they work. In fact, systems are complex. That means when you put those parts together, you don't necessarily know what you're going to get out at the end. That events are predictable, as we know they're not. Humans are separate from nature, and this entangled sets perspective that we're advocating argues that humans and nature are inextricably linked. A value emphasis in the control perspective is to really to produce one use for, say, a building and infrastructure, and to emphasize efficiency. But rather than emphasizing efficiency, the SET's perspective argues that pluralism and diversity are more important. And then finally, the control perspective sees the social system, the ecological system, and the technological system as being separate, whereas the entangled SET's perspective, as the name would suggest, suggests that social, ecological, and technological systems are integrated. So this SET's framework, you can we've been expressing it as this Venn diagram that you see on the bottom right. It argues that urban resilience problems, and I would argue in other types of systems as well, are problems of complexity, and that we need this convergent framework, this integration of social, ecological, and technological domains, because all of those elements do interact, and that the resilience of urban systems to extreme events emerges from the interactions and feedback among those three domains. So in order to build resilience, we want to enhance the capacities to adjust, adapt, and transform toward desired futures, but thinking about all of those elements. And so this diagram on the top, which also comes from that Chester et al. Paper, suggests that the integration of social, ecological, and technological systems occurs through these sort of sense-making connections between those domains, which are seen as the sort of blue lines in the helix in the top. So that's the SET's framework. It's a very little bit about it. And I guess the only thing I would point out is that people are wondering why we would separate out technological. Why would you think technological is a separate domain from being part of S, which is, there's a lot of work on social ecological systems framing, and they think of technology as just part of the social. There's also a lot of work on technological ecological framing, or social technological framing, but not very much between the three. And I guess our point is that technology does have the capacity to sort of expand beyond where our cognitive ability can sort of handle it. So think about AI and all of the stuff that's coming on with AI right now. This is really an important aspect of what one element of what technological domains might entail. Okay, so now moving on to resilience, the questions we want to ask, we're interested in how nature-based solutions can help build SET's resilience to these extreme events. So are nature-based solutions a good solution for these kinds of challenges? And then another question we're asking is, do people incorporate nature in their future visions of cities? So to illustrate this, I'm going to actually drop back to my deeper knowledge of Phoenix. I've lived there for over 40 years, so I have a pretty good idea about this city. I haven't lived there since 1950, when there were about 300,000 people. But when I moved there in 1978, there were about 1 million people. So in the time I've lived in Phoenix, it has grown to almost 5 million in the metropolitan area. And this is a desert city, so it receives very little rain, about 180 millimeters on average, and can be quite hot. The mean temperature is, then the temperature in the winter months is quite pleasant, but it can be quite hot in the summer. And it's a very fast-growing city. This is the first year that I can remember that the county is not the #1 county in terms of population growth. Well, Phoenix began as an agricultural city at the confluence of two rivers, the Salt and Gila rivers. And even back when the ancient people that lived in this area, they were able to capture that water for irrigation and divert it into canals. And this is something that was copied by the settler colonists when they came into the region. And so you can see in the upper right are two of the rivers that come into the city of Phoenix. Those are impounded in several places with water storage reservoirs. The lowest dam, they're called Granite Reef, is at the top of the lower map, which shows the distribution of water out into the Phoenix area in a series of canals. And so there's been quite a lot of hydrologic modification in this system. People were attracted to Phoenix early on because it's an oasis. It's a green place in the desert. You can grow crops here. It's wonderful. Some of the older postcards, the advertising Phoenix, the boosters advertising Phoenix are on the right there, the left, sorry. So all of that capturing of water has enabled the lifestyle of Phoenicians today, including lots of swimming pools and green areas with this canal flowing through, golf courses, watered lawns, and so forth. And as a result, the sort of what was a river flowing through this region is now just a big blob of riparian area, essentially, throughout this region. And also this requires that we manage stormwater to protect people from the effects of extreme flows, flash floods that are common in the region. So as an example of that, and an example of a nature-based solution, I'm going to tell you about Indian Bend Wash. This is a system that is in Scottsdale, Arizona. Indian Bend Wash, you can see in 1935, it was mostly farmland, and there was this wide ephemeral wash that would flood, and no big deal, right? But once housing started to be developed there was some pretty severe flooding in 1967 that you can see in the photograph in the center. That caused the people of Scottsdale to say, what are we going to do about this? And what do you do? Who are you going to call, right? You're going to call the Army Corps of Engineers. That's what they do. And so the Army Corps proposed to build essentially a flume that would carry the water out of the system, an LA River-like thing. The city of Scottsdale is pretty wealthy area, and people did not want that kind of system in their city. And so they voted down the bond issue and proposed instead that the Army Corps go back to the drawing board and think of something else. So what they built was this green belt that occurs where you can have flooding occurring in the green belt with very little consequence. And at the same time, this nature-based solution, besides taking care of flooding, also provides co-benefits for such as parks and other sorts of things that people can enjoy. So this is what an aerial view taking off from Phoenix Airport. You can see this. It's Indian Bend Wash with these ponds and parks and so forth. And it's wide enough to absorb most of the flooding that occurs with very little consequence, actually. So here is a picture of that system in flood. It's pretty neat. So we are contrasting this solution, this nature-based solution, as more resilient because basically the risk of an event is a product of the probability of the event happening and the consequence. And so the traditional way in the control perspective, going back to that, is to say, okay, let's make sure that it's a very, very low probability that some kind of a big event will happen. And so we'll build a big flume like that, which will never have water in it. But when we get the 100-year flood, it will contain it, right? In contrast, this other one says, well, we can let it flood, but we're going to reduce the consequence. We're not going to have any buildings in this structure. And so when it happens, you might have to set up some garbage cans that have gotten tipped over or rake off some of the debris that might have accumulated on the lawns, but that's really about it. So this contrasts this idea of a fail-safe versus a safe-to-fail system. Okay, a second example is of nature-based solutions for resilience to extreme heat, and I'm going to walk you through a co-production project that we did. But just to give you a little history, back in the early 1900s, South Phoenix, this is just south of the Salt River, became an area where, due to both redlining and to wealthy white populations moving north because of flooding in the river, became an area that was dominated by people of color, primarily Mexican Americans and some Black communities as well. But it wasn't such a bad place in the early 1900s. There were lateral canals that you see in the photograph there, big trees. In the 1950s, there was a big movement in the Southwest to remove phreatophytes, these big trees that take water out of the ground. And so with phreatophyte removal and the barrier of the canals, this area turned really, really, really hot. And some other areas in the region also are very hot. This was a map that was created by Sharon Harlan and others, and it shows the heat vulnerability index, with the blue being the lowest heat vulnerability and the red being the highest heat vulnerability. And the green dots that you see in there are the number of heat-related deaths in this area. And so you can see there's a very wide spatial heterogeneity in who is exposed to extreme heat and who is affected by extreme heat. The chart on the bottom shows us what happened during a 4-day heat wave in different neighborhoods throughout Phoenix. Again, this is also work with Sharon Harlan and forgot his name, first name, Ruddle. I forgot his first name, sorry. Anyway, what they're showing here is that in this heat wave, those that were most exposed to the highest heat, that had the highest heat exposure, are those that had significantly lower income and significantly greater proportion of minority populations in those neighborhoods. So in 2017, the Nature Conservancy launched a project that was funded by the Vitalist Foundation. It's called Nature's Cooling Systems, and we worked with the county health department and several individuals. The leader was Maggie Messerschmidt from the Nature Conservancy, and these other individuals also participated in this project. And the idea was to really develop neighborhood scale heat action plans for some of the hottest neighborhoods in the Phoenix metro area. Heat is important, right? It is a killer. So if you look at the graph on the top left, this is increasingly serious cause of death and illness, even in a city that is pretty well prepared with almost everything air conditioned. So last year, we hit more than 50 days above 110 degrees. And you can see that the number of heat-related deaths jumped between 2022 and 2023 to over 600 heat-related deaths. And about 45% of those people that died were people that were unhoused. We also have looked in the UREX project at the potential increase in extreme temperature events. So the plot on the bottom shows you the projections for the number of days where temperature exceeds 110. And again, I would point out that that one that is projected for 2040 to 2060 was actually a high that we met last year. So in this project, the Nature's Cooling Project, we identified 3 neighborhoods that had high vulnerability. You can see here on a map of surface temperature where they lie with respect to that. That big red blob in the middle is nobody lives there. That's the airport. So how did we choose these neighborhoods? We chose them on the basis of vulnerability, how exposed they were, so how hot it was, and then potential adaptive capacity of these environments. And this gives us an idea which ones are the neighborhoods, which neighborhoods to pick. And just to give you an example for the Central Phoenix neighborhood that you see in the middle, that one is among the hottest 4% of tracts. Has the lowest 5% of tracts in terms of NTVI, which is a measure of vegetation greenness, and has a triple the rate of heat related death to the rest of the county. So in this project, what we did was a series of workshops with community members, and the first workshop was to just hear the concerns of people in these neighborhoods. What did they want to do? What were some of the things that they thought were the most problematic? They did things like mapping out the hot routes if you're walking through the neighborhood and so forth. In workshop 2, we invited designers or decision makers to come and listen to those concerns in a sort of fishbowl arrangement where the government official sits in the middle of a circle and everybody starts asking them questions. And then in workshop 3, we made decisions with them about what their priorities were for implementation of solutions to those problems. And, you know, I think the thing that's really important is that I introduced the core team before, but we had these community-based organizations that had deep relationships with people in these communities. And they were absolutely key to getting people to come to the workshops in the first place and to help them feel that they could express their concerns with people from NGOs and academia and so forth. We also worked with whole measures for urban heat, or the Center for Whole Communities, developing these whole measures for urban heat solutions that were based on justice and fairness, community engagement, economic vitality, and community resilience. And so we developed metrics for these to determine how well those goals were met in the heat action plans. So just to show you a few of the strategies and concerns that the three neighborhoods identified, there were some that were relatively distinct from each other, like the maintenance of large shade trees that they have in Lindo Rosalie, they don't have in other neighborhoods. But then many of them had similar strategies they wanted to implement, which is where they overlap here. And an example rendering is the one that you see on the bottom, which is changing a really hot bus stop to one that has some shade, water fountain, and that kind of thing. And so each community developed their own plan, chose a spokesperson, and we trained them on how they could go and talk to city councils about this. We also interviewed individual community members, and then as I said before, the community-based organization leaders were absolutely critical for engagement with communities. So that's an example of something that's sort of a right now, here's what's happening. Let's try to really think about how we can use nature-based solutions and other solutions to combat extreme heat in these very hot neighborhoods. And some of that is actually being implemented now, which is a great thing. I want to move now to future scenarios, which is really something that we invested quite a lot in the Urban Resilience to Extreme Sustainability Research Network. These future scenarios are essentially tools to help vision what the future might look like under different circumstances of climate change, for example, in extreme events, but also that incorporate the sort of normative ideas of what people really want to see in their cities. So we tried to emphasize positive futures. These positive futures are really just a plausible and coherent narrative about the future of a place or situation. This is just a very quick overview of some work that is actually ongoing right now. We haven't finished this analysis, but across the 60 scenarios that we have for these 9 cities, we identified 240 goals across them, and about 3/4 of those were deemed to be transformative. That is, they would really change the structure of something that would indicate they were transforming. We had some rules for determining that. But then we also thought about these different archetypes of transformation, and relevant to this talk, the human-nature relations was an important archetype of transformation, and also often co-occurred with infrastructure futures, ideas about what you build, and then with climate resilience. There's some interesting things that we haven't really figured out how to analyze yet, but they're kind of interesting across all these scenarios, really different cities. I mean, the cities that you saw were, range from Portland and the, Northwest rainforest to Hermosillo and Phoenix in the Sonoran Desert to San Juan as an island in the Caribbean. But a lot of these had car-free zones or whole cities car-free. Connected green infrastructure was a real common occurrence. And I thought it was really interesting to see how much had water-based transportation. Even in Phoenix, they were thinking about water-based transportation using the canal system to get around rather than using cars. So let's see what's next. Okay, so I'm going to go into more detail on the Phoenix scenarios, not a lot, just a bit, but I wanted to introduce the team that we worked with. Now, each one of these cities had a city team, which was people that have academics that were working in that city who already had established relationships with various practitioners in the city. And so each team had an ecologist, an engineer, a social scientist, at least one of each of those areas for the SETS domains. And so all cities had those representations in the academic side, and then various kinds of practitioners, sometimes business people, sometimes people from government, sometimes people from NGOs. So you can see, for example, we had in Phoenix, the chief sustainability officer from the city of Phoenix, the city director from the Nature Conservancy. CHISPA is a community-based organization that operates primarily in South Phoenix, and then Maricopa County Flood Control District. So those were our partners, and these are the academic team here. So we produced in Phoenix 2 scenarios at 2 different scales. So the first is the regional scale on the right. The white shows you Maricopa County is a very, very large county, but the urbanized part is pretty much the red, inside the red there. And for that regional scenario, we were thinking to 2060 for the whole region. We produced 6 different scenarios. For the local, it was one of the villages within the city of Phoenix in South Mountain. And as I said, this is a historically marginalized community south of the river. And they produced 5 scenarios thinking toward 2080. And the process of doing this, what we do is we start with what we know about what is likely to happen in terms of future climate. So it might be something like, flood frequency or areas flooded. But in this case, I'm showing you here an example of the number of days above 100 degrees, I think it is there. That we might start with that. And then we have each one of the scenarios. I said there were 5 scenarios in the local and 6 in the regional. Each one of those is a theme. And so there's a group that is working within that theme. And what they do when they start is they sit down and they say, okay, given what's going to happen, and our theme is to try to live, have a livable, cooler city, for example, what are the big goals that we can identify? So they'll identify some big goals. And then for each of those goals, they'll map strategies, not all nature-based. I mean, just any strategies that they can think of that might actually allow that those goals to be realized. And then they put detail on that. So they think about where would we implement these strategies in this area? What places, specific places? They draw them on maps. And they deal with who and when these kinds of changes, what kinds of changes have to happen to get there. So that might be thinking about what government organizations or what community organizations are involved. When do they happen? If you have to change a law, when does that happen, et cetera, et cetera. And then they end the workshop by producing a tangible narrative. It's like a day in the life of a person living in 2080 or 2060. So these are just examples, or they're not examples, they are actually the co-produced scenarios for the Phoenix Regional Visions on the left and the South Mountain Village Visions on the right. I'll just read the titles, and I'm not going to go into great detail, but the Phoenix Regional is Cool It or Lose It, about heat. True Cost of Water, that's about drought. Desert Wetland, Almost Zero Waste. Emerald City, which is a sort of transformative vision that incorporates lots of issues, and Healthy Harvest, which is focused on food, local food production. In South Mountain Village, we have the Equity District, Mountain to River, Some Like It Hot, Connected and Mobile, and the Right Kind of Green. And some of these are concerned with things like avoiding gentrification when you add green or add, green features in the environment and so forth. They made up the titles. They're pretty interesting, and the renderings are things that were done by art students that were engaged with the project. So just to give you an example of goals, this is one of the scenarios. It's from the local South Mountain Village, and it's called the Mountain to River. And the Mountain to River recognizes that South Phoenix sits between South Mountain, which is a city park, and the Salt River. And so they really wanted a development strategy that recognizes a community-held and environmentally or historically or culturally sensitive vision for this region. So recognizing who they are and that they've been there a long time. They were initially restricted to that area, but they want that to carry forward. They want watershed management that reduces risk from flooding and hazard while providing beneficial use, and then an eco-hydrologic connectivity between, between the mountain and river that aligns with human mobility and access to both the mountain and the river. So some examples and some drawings. We had artists sitting at the table, so they would actually illustrate what people were talking about as time went on. So all of these scenarios produce outcomes that are things like tangible futures that you could write a story about. The eco-design and greening ideas were very prevalent in the regional scenarios, and this idea of honoring place and a concern for equity were key in the local scenarios for Phoenix. But one of the things I want to illustrate with the next couple of slides is that workshop data are usable by researchers, by design students who created some of these designs that you see here, by modelers and planners. And so I'll illustrate that by looking at two scenarios that contrast for the regional Phoenix scenarios, the adaptive drought and the transformative scenario of the Emerald City. This adaptive drought is really concerned about preserving or conserving water for the future, banking water for the future, whereas the Emerald City is interested in more green targets for now to make the city more livable and balance the targets for flood, drought, and heat. And if you look at the mapping, so when they produce the maps, we look at the rules that they make when they produce the maps, and then we actually translate those to real maps. So these are the co-produced vision maps for the true cost of water on the left and the Emerald City on the right. You can see right away that the Emerald City is a lot greener, right? And what are the consequences of that? Well, I asked my colleague, Matt Georgescu, who's a modeler using weather research and forecasting model, to model these land covers in terms of future heat. And these are the heat outcomes that we would see associated with those different configurations of green across the system. So the true cost of water you see is a much hotter place than the transformative Emerald City is. But there's a cost for that. There's a trade-off associated with adopting those strategies rather than the strategies associated with the true cost of water. And that trade-off is associated with an increasing water security associated with the true cost of water compared to the transformative Emerald City scenario. And this is modeling that was done. It was a module that was built onto an existing water sim model for the Phoenix metro area to predict how you could actually capture water from the capture of stormwater that was used in the Emerald City to produce green vegetation, and in the true cost of water to bank that water. So it's a really interesting contrast, and what the planners can do is use those two things and say, well, which one is more important, or can we find some happy medium between those? We also have compared the scenarios at two scales, so asking how these scenarios compare, whether they are showing evidence of being resilient, of sustainability, and of equity. And so we developed Marta Babes actually developed a metric called RESCUE. It's a qualitative assessment. And this is just a little bit of the output from the qualitative assessment on equity assessment. And you can see that the regional, which is in the brown, has a much lower score on equity than the local, which is in the green. There is, again, a very strong sense of place for them. Okay, I see I have gone on for 40 minutes, and I have a couple other things that I want to tell you about, and they are, I believe, connected to the message that I'm trying to get across here. But the first one is a program that it's not a program, it's a network that we have developed at ASU called Earth System Science for the Anthropocene Graduate Scholars Network. I developed this, thought of this, asked for funding from ASU President Michael Crow to create it, because I think we need to think differently about how we train graduate students. We need to get away from this centuries-old apprentice master model and into one that involves more students working together as teams, having more agency in their own work, and working across disciplines and being concerned with solving problems of the Anthropocene. So that's my rationale for starting this. I think we need a new kind of science and new ways of training the talent that we need. We are going to need big brains that all of you are, and we're going to need big brains to be addressing how we move forward in this very difficult time that we're in. So Earth system science, which I think of very broadly to include humans, to include ecological systems, to include Earth physical systems. Earth system science has to address problems that can't be solved by just one discipline. It can't just be the ecologist going in and say, here's what we have to do. It has to recognize the interconnectedness of social, ecological, and in fact, technological systems. We need to address that present in all of our sciences, the structural, institutional, and systemic racism and historic harm to communities that science has been involved in and that our actions as a society have been involved in. And we need to recognize that there are going to be really diverse career paths in the future. So the vision is to transform graduate student education. That requires us all to be reflexive about what we're doing. We can accelerate co-production in knowledge action systems, kinds of things I was talking about, advance equity and justice in the academy and in research, give scholars more agency in developing their own learning pathways and preparing them for these diverse kinds of career paths through working as a member of team with each other. And so the idea is we have this basket weaving model. I said it's not a program because it's not. We really want people to be trained the way that, in their disciplines. The starting point is learning your discipline. If you're a biologist, if you're a ecologist, important to stay that. But then to learn how to build community, how to understand aspects of justice, equity, diversity, inclusion that we don't deal with, to develop your ethical core values, and then skills and competencies that have to do not just with your discipline, but how to work as part of a team, how to work with people in other disciplines, how to do team science, and develop partnerships that go in throughout academia, but then across the academic societal line, so that we have some kind of impact in society. This is all in line with ASU's charter, and so it was not a hard sell to get Crow to give me money to develop this. But we really invite all graduate students at ASU to participate in this. They just need to say, yeah, we ascribe to these three core values: that we promote just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive research, that we focus on finding solutions to problems of the Anthropocene, and that we acknowledge that there are diverse ways of knowing, understanding, and producing that societally embedded research. So we're really interested in incorporating, for instance, local ecological knowledge or traditional ecological knowledge into what we do. So we've been at it for about 4 years. We've built this community of scholars. We have some 50 graduate students that have been involved, so forth. We also are producing are allowing for small grad grants to do their own research in partnership with someone in a different discipline or outside of academia to do this sort of transdisciplinary kind of work. And fortunately, and a lot of this takes money, and I'm happy to talk to people about how that actually can be accomplished in academia as it exists today. But we have been successful in getting funding for what we're calling the Weaving Relations Program. And this is one that's focused on Latin and Indigenous identifying students, where they work in teams and work with communities. So we're doing these things we're calling immersive, interdisciplinary, identity-based team science experiences, or ITSEs, where they are community embedded, they're developing solutions, they're working in teams. They do a short course where they learn about some of the methods of co-production and responsible and culturally sensitive work with communities. And then they work over a 10-week summer session supported by a stipend. So this is the team I want to acknowledge. Most of the folks, the lead of this is Melissa Nelson, who's on second from the bottom left, and all the folks that have been working on this project. And so far, some of the projects, we've done this now for 1 year and then a pilot year. Some of the interesting outputs on the left, you see this game. This is actually a game that is learning about the ecology of the Salt River. And this game was developed, and then a lot of the game pieces and so forth have been translated into Otham. And then the game has actually been delivered to the local Indigenous community schools so that they can change it as they want to. And this is something you can, with the barcode there, you can actually download and cut out the pieces and play the game. So it's pretty cool. Last thing, looking at the clock, I know I have to stop very soon, is I want to tell you about is the nature-based solutions for urban resilience in the Anthropocene network of networks. This is a network that links over 40 networks in North America, Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, Asia Pacific, Middle East, North Africa, Oceania, and Europe. And the idea is enhancing connectivity among people that are working on nature-based solutions in cities. These are the folks that are involved in this. My co-director, Timon McPherson, and Elizabeth Cook, and our postdoc, Luan Deep. And this is a recent meeting that we had in Miami. Many people from the cold parts of the world were very happy to be there. The goals are to exchange knowledge, share data, and enhance communication among research disciplines and across the research practitioner divide, advancing our understanding of how we build resilience in cities using nature-based solutions. And a foundation of this project, which grew out of the Urban Resilience Project, is thinking about the ecological, social, and technological interactions and domains, and the kinds of ways in which nature-based solutions can potentially be hybridized with technological solutions, social solutions, and so forth. One of the most wonderful things about this network, in my opinion, is the early career network that we established. It has been going now for 4 years. There are 132 members all across the world. These are academic researchers, from graduate students to assistant professors, and then professionals, practitioners in NGOs and government institutions, et cetera. They meet by Zoom monthly. They have had one big meeting together, but we also have these fellowships that we're offering to early career researchers and practitioners to work with another network somewhere in the world. And we've had a number of those going on. So all of the work I've been talking about, this is just the ending. You can go and join our webinars or newsletter. You can get connected up to Natura. It's naturanet.org, or you can see the connections down the bottom there. But all of the work that I've talked about here, including these last 2 projects, is about bringing nature into the city, integrating ecological with social and technological domains, and building resilience to transform ourselves into more desirable states, to improve the chances to ensure that cities of the future are places where people can thrive in this continually rapidly changing world. So thank you very much for your attention. Anyone have a question?
Hi.
Hi.
Impressive work. I had a question about the Phoenix project.
Yeah.
Does any of that depend on water from the Colorado, or is it? And basically, because I know there's changing rules and
Yeah.
stakeholders, so how much does it depend on?
So there's been a huge project at ASU for a number of years, which is the Decision Center for a Desert City, and they've made projections about future climate change and, you know, where the water supplies are coming from, what's going to happen to the aquifer and so forth. I would say on the long-term average for the Phoenix Active Management Area, which includes Phoenix, about half of our water has come from surface water from the Salton Verde rivers, about a quarter from groundwater, and a quarter from the Colorado River. And the interesting thing about Phoenix and the city as it grows is that less and less water actually needs to be used for domestic use as agriculture gives way to housing developments, because agriculture takes much more water than housing does. And, you know, our projections are there's not very much agriculture left in the Phoenix area. There are 2 Indian communities that abut Phoenix, and both of those are still farming, but they have their own water right. And so, you know, I think it has an impact. I'm not sure that, I mean, over the long term, yes. I mean, we're going to be depleting groundwater supplies, which the city of Phoenix right now is not. They're actually putting more water in the ground than they are taking out. So, yeah, but I think with the climate projections of the future, and the rearrangement that's going on in terms of Colorado River allocations, yes, I think it would be ideal to make scenarios, and we didn't do this because this happened way before the Colorado River agreement was renegotiated. The ideal would be to say, can we do all this without Colorado River water at all? Yeah.
Hello, I have a question.
Hi. Yeah, great.
Really cool, great talk. Awesome stuff. This one might be like too long of an answer and too long of a question for how much time we have, so sorry. But I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about like how you're integrating these sets with potential economic futures of areas, especially like local cities or you know, poorer cities or even richer cities, and like how I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah, and so there's like a ton of issues with water management and stuff, and like oftentimes I feel like the city is posed with making a choice between like implementing these green strategies or, you know, preserving rivers and waterbeds and like trying to make money, I guess, you know, and then also just like having enough money to implement these like amazing plans and ideas.
Yeah. Well, one benefit that, you know, with the infrastructure bill is that a lot of money is going to cities, and they do have the chance to start thinking creatively about the ways that they might want to invest in you know, more sustainable, more resilient kinds of solutions like the ones that I talked about. I think when you scale that up to globally and thinking about cities globally and how we are going to live on this planet in the next 50 years when most of us are living in cities, and that's already true in the United States. I don't actually see a path forward that maintains the sort of capitalistic, growth-minded views of you know, how we should progress through time, because I think that this growth is really damaging to the idea of actually trying to live with this is my ecologist coming out or whatever, so one of the reasons I think that we feel that in ESSA that we're trying to incorporate indigenous knowledge systems, for example, is the idea that these problems that we have are not going to be solved by the traditional ways that we've solved them. I mean, the solutions of the past are the problems of the present, right? And so the solutions of today, we want those to be lasting solutions. And so maybe the idea, of bringing in some different perspectives on human nature relationships becomes really, really important. I'm going off on a tangent here, but I get where your question is coming from. And I think that, there's a lot of people in city government that are very interested in doing the right thing in terms of, using the funds that they're getting from the infrastructure bill, for example, and ensuring that they're thinking about populations that are marginalized. And that's actually built into that law, by the way. It's where 40% of expenditures need to go to marginalized communities, which is great. And that's kind of the way you're going to get some of these things to happen, is to orchestrate them from, the carrot and stick model, from above, and sort of regulate what can be done, what can't be done. And that is antithetical to the way that Americans like to think that we run our cities and so forth. But I think it's happening. I'm sorry, it's a complicated question. That's a complicated answer. And I guess I'll admit at the end that I don't really know the answer.
I'm gonna also ask a question, but before that, I want to give the message that we are gonna have a 10-minute break, 10 to 10:10. And after that, we're gonna start with the talk of Dr. Patricia Wright. And my question is related to how reluctant are communities to think on these changes on the city? Because I'm thinking, I mean, I don't know in Arizona in specific, but my guess is that there is an aging population across the world, and maybe these ideas of change, these ideas of developing more sustainable communities are more towards the younger people. And I don't know how easy it is to permeate these ideas to older parts of the population.
So 2 answers to that. First of all, there's an aging population only really in the global north. There's a rapidly expanding young population in the global south. And I think that it is different set of questions than the kinds of questions that we put here, because, for example, I think there's a lot of room for thinking about nature-based solutions, for example, in the massive slums that exist around cities in the global south. And that rather than saying we're going to wait until you build the big infrastructure that cities of the north have. So those are different questions, and I think they're eager to incorporate those in many places that I've visited and talked to in this global project. The second answer has to do with how willing people are in particularly older folks that sort of set in their ways. And cities are classic in that way. You think once the city's built, you can't do anything about it. You can't change it. It's a done deal, but that's actually not true. I think that one of the things that we try to do in these workshops is to set the time horizon far enough ahead that people aren't constrained by the things that they think they have to do in their jobs, or that they think they can't do because of this law or that law, or because of the way things are working with the current government in place or whatever. Thinking way out to 2080, I like to think of it as, gosh, my granddaughter will be my age then. So if and that opens up the imagination, opens up possibilities to really think. And we have had people tell us, that they never had a chance to talk to other people in their city government, other departments, in the way that they were able to do in these workshops. So that, I think, is it. I think everybody has this sort of creativity that can be enabled in that kind of, if you do the right kind of environment, so the imagination to really think these things through. The implementation is an extremely hard part of it, but if you're implementing stuff because you just think, well, if we do this, it'll eventually be a good thing, right? Instead of saying, we want to get here. How do we do that? And that seems to be a better, to me, it seems like a better strategy for planning, development of cities and things like that, is to think, where do you want to be? And then what's it going to take to get there? And if there are barriers, we did one workshop in Portland, it was fantastic because they just wanted to think about what the governance has to be able to get to these places. So we said, okay, here's your pathway, identify the points that are really difficult to do. And then go in and zero in on those points in time and say, who has to be involved? What kinds of things have to happen? And so forth. And I think that kind of thing, people are excited about doing that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, we have a short 10 minutes break and then we're gonna start with the second talk. Thank you.
Hey.
Hi, everyone. Please, if there's anyone who came in earlier and you yet to check in, the check-in desk is towards the end on the other side. Thank you.
No.
No.
I haven't met with you yet.
Okay, you're yet to come to the meeting?
I'm sorry?
Like, has it been sent you the updated, comments from Margaret?
Where was it sent? To me?
I don't think.
Sorry, it's time to know.
Yeah.
If he did send.
No,
Okay.
she was the only one I didn't have, and they said she wasn't getting here till 11.
Yeah.
So-
We'll find.
Great. Right.
I'm Austin.
Austin, it's good to meet you.
Yeah. I introduce you.
Oh, great. I finally made it.
I know.
Real
I
long
made it.
deal. Yeah. I'm
Roller
glad I
coaster
made it
moment.
today because I guess one of our speakers.
Yeah.
Right.
Hopefully it'll be here.
She'll be here, she'll be here. All good. You'll be using these mics.
Okay,
So
perfect.
no need to talk.
Okay.
That'll
We'll
work.
do that. Yeah.
You are turned on right now, but you're down. And when you come out to present, our sound guy will turn you up. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say anything ugly, but nobody can hear you. Yeah.
You can, what do you ready to go buy?
Patricia is fine. Yeah, Patricia, right? Anything else?
In the 2 minutes I'll have, I will definitely catch you after. I have it. Okay. Yep, got that. And then I have the. I put this. That's awesome. I saw the metal spots.
Because
Yeah. Sleeves. Under the circumstances. Okay. Long process, but glad to be a part of. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we have record of 60 posters and 48 talks. I think we're gonna wait.
your meeting.
Yeah, yeah. Probably getting diversity. I'm really trying. Good for variety. That's okay. In New York City 2 times the last year, first time.
Oh, really?
I need to make my way over to the more eastern side towards Stony Brook.
Yeah, yeah.
Love to check it out.
Yeah. So what are you majoring?
Yeah, so second year, basically biology. Yeah, yeah. So other monkeys. Yeah, excited. Yeah. So. Yeah, yeah. So also think about yeah, yeah. So I think a lot of this classes, someone about you can't see.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and how many minutes?
You have 50. Okay, if we could start to take our seats and we'll get started with our next speaker. Okay, so I am thrilled to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Patricia Wright. So Dr. Wright received her BA in biology from Hood College in 1966. And then she did her PhD in anthropology from City University of New York in 1985, where she studied the behavior and ecology of one of the few nocturnal monkeys, the three-striped night monkey. Dr. Wright is now a scientist and distinguished professor in the Department of Anthropology at Stony Brook University, and is also the founder and executive director of Centre Valbio, a research and training center in Branamafana, Madagascar. She is widely recognized as a pioneer in lemur ecology and conservation, and current research includes the ontogeny of various lemur species, the relationship between lemur foods and medicinal plants, and the effects of habitat disturbance on lemur populations. Dr. Wright discovered a new species of lemur in 1986, the golden bamboo lemur, and has since established its habitat as a national park and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. She has received many prestigious awards, but I'll highlight just a few. She is a MacArthur Fellow. She was the first woman to win the Indianapolis Prize for Animal Conservation and has 3 medals of honor from the Malagasy government. She has published over 200 scientific papers, authored 5 books, and has given hundreds of lectures to museums, universities, and societies. And now we luckily get to be added to that list. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Patricia Wright.
Howdy. Or salama, as we say in Madagascar. First of all,
You know, the talk you're about to hear couldn't be as different as the talk you just heard, just couldn't be. I mean, we get 4 meters of rain a year in Radamafan, not 118 millimeters. We get this is Phoenix, and the United States is one of the richest places in the world. And Madagascar is one of the poorest. It's also in the South, where 50% of the people are young, very different from Phoenix. So it's kind of fun to be able to follow Nancy and to show the differences between our two sites, and then to show the similarities, because we're all one world and we're all facing the same problems. And we got a lot of work to do. I'm so glad to be here to share some of the possible solutions with you. First of all, in order to make this transition from Phoenix to Radamafan, I think we need this film.
In the age of the dinosaurs, a family of tiny castaways was swept out to sea. They landed on a mysterious island and evolved into some of the most extraordinary animals you'll ever meet. The lemurs of Madagascar. These ultimate survivors are now endangered, but a team of scientists are working to save our oldest living relatives in the only place on Earth they call home. Warner Brothers Pictures and IMAX invite you and your family on an amazing adventure to discover a rural place you could never imagine, and strange creatures you will never forget as they leap and sing and dance their way into your heart. Island of Lemurs, Madagascar, exclusively in IMAX theaters.
You're all invited to come to the International Primatological Society meetings in 2025, August 19th through the 24th. So Madagascar, why is Madagascar so special? And what about those lemurs anyway? Well, this is Gondwana land, sort of. And in the heart of Gondwana land is that red dot, which is going to evolve into being Madagascar. As everything split apart, it slowly moved off the coast of Africa to the place where it is today. 100 million years ago, it was isolated in the place it is today. That's why there's so many weird and wonderful things on the island of Madagascar. Because, after that incredible meteor hit and all those dinosaurs went extinct, it was kind of an introduction slowly back of animals to Madagascar. And the first animals to come to Madagascar after that meteorite were lemurs. And that means lemurs, ecologically speaking, were in the driver's seat, primates. Doesn't happen in any other tropical ecosystem or any other ecosystem. Now, first of all, where is Madagascar? It's off the coast of Africa. It's 1,000 miles long and 350 miles wide. If you put it next to the coast of the United States, it would go all the way from Maine to Florida. It's big. I mean, it's the size of Texas. Great place. There are many taxa that never arrived. And if you're thinking about the ecosystems, you have to remember that. I mean, there weren't any woodpeckers that ever evolved there. No kinds of felids, no cats, no dogs, canids, no ungulates, really different, no toads, and no hedgehogs. So instead, these amazing creatures evolved to take their niches, to take their place. So instead of the woodpeckers, you have eyes, those incredible lemurs that are this big and just have evolved teeth to be able to dig into the wood and a long finger to actually extract those larvae from that wood. Instead of lions and leopards and etc., we have a fusa, which started out as a mongoose. It's a mongoose family. And we, instead of the canids, we have more mongoose, different mongoose. It's a striped one there. And instead of toads, we have a frog that looks like a toad to me, but it's green. And then we have the extraordinary radiation of tenrecs. And the lemurs, 110 species of amazing primates, our earliest ancestors. Some small enough to hold in your hand. To hold, that you could put in the palm of your hand, but of course you wouldn't do that. And some of them as large as those indries that you just saw. But in the recent past, 500 years ago, we had lemurs that were the size of chimps and gorillas. Did you know that? 17 species of giant lemurs have gone extinct in just recent times. And that was, of course, after humans came to Madagascar 2,000 years ago. Habitats. Amazing habitats throughout Madagascar. I'm going to be talking about the rainforest because I really love rainforest. And but there's tropical dry forests, and there are some areas that get as much rainfall a year as Phoenix. There's these incredible baobabs that can expand their trunks to store water. There's mangroves, amazing coral reefs, all kinds of habitats in which lemurs have evolved to survive in, not the coral reefs. But of course, it's not just lemurs. It's a whole ecosystem. We can never think of one animal separately. We have to think about how it interacts with everything. And when I got to Madagascar, we knew nothing about this ecosystem, or nearly nothing. Madagascar is a biodiversity hotspot. It was pointed out, and I think this is a paper of 2000, as one of the most amazing places for unique species on Earth. There it is, the center of the world. And did you know that most of those animals are going extinct? I started out at Duke. And I just wanted to say Dr. Alwyn Simon started his career at Rice, which is nearby here. And he was the director of the Duke Lemur Center. I started out in the Amazon. I never thought I would get to. I didn't even know about lemurs very much. And I certainly didn't know about the island of Madagascar. But that was my postdoc. I discovered that new species, and I rediscovered one that we thought was extinct. And they're both bamboo lemurs. And so one of my first research projects was to find out what they do differently. What they do, I just have to tell you, this is amazing because they eat bamboo, but parts of the bamboo that are filled with cyanide. If you took one bite of one of their meals, you'd be dead. But they can actually tolerate this extraordinary amount of cyanide because 95% of their diet is that bamboo. Anyway, Ranmafan National Park is found in the south east of Madagascar. I always think of it as the Durham, North Carolina of Madagascar. I'm not going to describe how we made that national park, but because the timber exploiters started to chop down the forest just after I had found that new species, we started to work on making it a national park. But what I was really fascinated about was, this incredible ecosystem had never been studied by anybody. And that's when I began to lean on my friends and make more friends to bring as many scientists, ecologists, taxonomists to Madagascar as possible to find out what this rainforest contained. One of the things is incredible radiation of frogs. I think there's only 4 genera, but out of those 4 genera, there are hundreds of species of beautiful little jewels. And how are they affecting the ecosystem? Why are there so many? It's like one of the reasons is there's less species of fish. And fish like to eat frog eggs. And there are all those different kinds of lemurs. Some of them do amazing things, some of them, can tolerate all that cyanide. Others hibernate like a bear, right? They just double their body weight. They go underground, sleep for 6 months, come up, and they only got 6 months left, right? So they have to mate, they have to raise their offspring, and double their weight in 6 months. Quite a feat for anybody, but certainly for a primate. And all of those animals have their special ways that they have evolved to deal with this strange place called Madagascar. I mean, they've had 50 million years to evolve. And what about us? We haven't had that long, what, 4 million? Okay, so we gathered all these scientists together, and I knew very well that in order to understand that ecosystem, we had to take data. So from the very beginning, we started tracking the trees and seeing when they fruited and flowered and how they were growing. From the very beginning, I had lots of graduate students and friends who started studying all those 15 sympatric species of lemurs in one forest. And we did it in a lot of different ways. We captured them so we'd have morphometric data, we'd have weight data, so that we were constantly, and climate data, of course. From the very beginning, we took climate data. There was no data from a rainforest in Madagascar before we started taking this data in 1986. We also thought about ecosystem services, a very important way of looking at an ecosystem, of course. I mean, who was doing what for us, but also for each other. And this is Unza, who is a graduate student at Rice, who is now an assistant professor at Berkeley, Malagasy, who is doing her dissertation on seed dispersal by lemurs. We have to really understand ecosystem dynamics in a real way. And the only way to understand it is to understand it from the bottom to the top, because rainforests in particular, are very high. And humans, all of us humans, are very short. So in order to really understand where most of these ecosystem services occur, we have to get up there. And this is Brett Sheffers from the University of Florida, and he's studying frogs at the top of the ecosystem. And he's looking at this globally to see the effects of climate change on where those frogs are going when it gets hotter and drier. It's even in the rainforest, it can get drier. So we got this 38 years of database of capturing and following lemurs and trees and plants and frogs and everything. We don't have our stream data is very depauperate. I just want to put that in there, but that's also a very important part of the ecosystem. So It's important to integrate ecosystem information, but it's really hard to do in the rainforest. It rains a lot. And you've got all this equipment, and equipment and rain really don't go together very well, do they? So in about 1989, I realized that we had better start getting some kind of protection for our equipment. And slowly we've built a research station there right next to the rainforest. It's a place for scientists to interact, because the great thing about looking at the whole ecosystem is you have specialists in all these different parts of the ecosystem. And at a research station, they can all sit down to dinner together and talk about what's going on with their specialty in mind. And that, I think, is one of the most valuable parts of Centerville Bio. Also a site for storage equipment. I mean, computers, you can have computers and banks of computers at a research station. Internet. I mean, when we first established this research station, I don't think we had any idea, one, that we could actually get internet there, or two, how important internet was for the people of Madagascar to be able to link to the scientific world. And for you as a field researcher that's there to be able to look at that paper that you really need to look at or upload your data, it's really important. And I just heard that Starlink is coming to Madagascar. Heard that this morning. So I think we're going to even have better internet connection. Also, we needed as science has really progressed a lot since I was a graduate student. I went out there in the Amazon jungle and, I had binoculars, and maybe I had an image intensifier because I was looking at animals in the dark. It wasn't very good. But, it's totally different now. Technology is such an important part of science, even in the rainforest. And so we need a place to put the freezers, and we're going to do molecular data, the dryers, the scanners, the cabinets, the microscopes, the genetics lab, the infectious disease labs, liquid nitrogen generating machines. We got one of those, and that changed their life around. We have the only one in all of Madagascar that's functioning. And so this offers an incredible opportunity, not only to do molecular genetics and infectious disease genetics on site, but also to train Malagasy to do it. And that, I think, is extremely important. And this research station, as all research stations do, offers a site to do workshops and training for local universities and local communities too. We've got a big conference room. You need projectors, and you need to be able to have these PowerPoints for everyone, and we have that, and a server for the database storage. But also, what we're doing is we're making really a mini museum. Because if you are sitting in Ranamathon and you want to figure out what plant this is, you don't want to go to Tana, the capital, for looking at the different plant specimens, or Paris, where most of them are. You want to do it right then and there. And so we started an herbarium. Yeah. I'm a primatologist, I use herbariums, but I can't really establish one in the proper way. So we went to Missouri Botanical Garden and Kew Garden. So we got the experts to come and train us how to do that. Our insect collections are amazing. And so, yes. And so we do start to have collections right there. So people don't have to move, far away to be able to understand what's in that rainforest. But I guess you got to see the place, right? We started out with tents. Now we moved up to a tiny little research cabin in the forest. But now we've got something much bigger and much, this was built with NSF money, with IUCN SOS money, with many private donors. World Heritage Site money, because in 2007 we made this a World Heritage Site, the national park. But then we had this is an infrastructure upgrade. I think that this is the main building you just saw. Whoop. This is a brand new building. This is provided by IUCN money. And it's where the herbarium is and where our insect collections are. As you can see, we have I don't know how, nobody knows how many species of moths we have, but it's outrageous. It's thousands and thousands. And they haven't been well studied before, so we decided we better study some of them, and butterflies, of course. And herbarium is studying all the tree species that lemurs eat and all the other species too. This is a picture of our conference room, and in fact, that picture is local people who have come in to hear about our latest research. And that's the mayor there that is trying to see a lemur with a spotting scope. So we've really tried to involve the communities from the very beginning. There's our lab. We have 3, 4, 5. We have 5 laboratories now. This is Armand, who got his PhD and doing a dissertation on parasites of mouse lemurs at Radboud, and he is now a professor at the University of Tomatov and bringing his students to Centerville Bio, which is great. Tomatov is also it's a port city, but it has rainforests nearby, but no research station. So, you know, we're starting to try to integrate as much technology as possible into rainforest ecosystem studies. And we talked earlier, Nancy said something about AI. And of course, AI is the latest thing that we've been using because the camera traps are giving us so many pictures that we really need to train AI to go through them, thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of photos of these camera traps that are set everywhere in the forest, throughout the rainforest, and producing some very interesting data on what is out there that we're not picking up and seeing. It also, of course, picks up on all of the people that are walking around in the forest. And every once in a while, a cow or a dog. Audio moths, those are just basically recorders. And that's another thing that you need AI for, because you think of all the birds and the insects and lemurs all have, like, each one species has like 9 different calls. So you really need AI to sort through those. Climate sensors, both from the top of the forest to the bottom of the forest, to try to figure out really what's going on with humidity. You know, it's much cooler at the forest floor than it is at the top of the canopy, and I think we've got to capture that and exactly how this actually helps in cooling, because you have the convection currents and the wind, etc. And conservation drones. We can now do molecular biology. We can work on genomes and hormones and iDNA and eDNA, and of course GIS and GIS collars gives us a whole new view of what those animals are doing. Those lemurs, we could put GIS collars on all 15 species and figure out what everybody's doing and where they're going and what they're eating at the same time. And then there's LiDAR, which lets us see into the forest. But from the very beginning, we realized that we had to involve the communities around the park, because I think I said 95% of the forest is gone. You know, and we're talking about climate change, and we're talking about, you know, where the world is going. If you destroy 95% of your trees, you have a lot of issues. Not the same ones as you do in a city, but you have landslides when there's cyclones, and there's big cyclones hit Madagascar. And you have, you have silted streams, and you have all these other issues that occur. And so it's very important to involve the communities and involve them in all the program, because conservation really means all of us together, including you. And I like a kind of integrated program where you have community engagement, you have conservation, and that means, you know, the National Park Service and others, but always based in science. I mean, I think that too much conservation and even sustainable development projects are not really based in science. I mean, I've worked with USAID a lot, and I think that there's a disconnect, I think, between those of us who are studying the ecosystems in the forest and those people that are trying to bring help for the local people. And I think that's got to stop. And I think Nancy brought that out too. So integrating communities into the forest ecology when they've been destroying it for thousands and thousands of years. You know, that was my challenge. This picture was taken in 1987. That's when we first walked around the area that was to become a national park and talked to the communities about what it would mean if their backyard suddenly became a protected area and they couldn't go in there anymore. They couldn't get their medicinal plants. They couldn't they couldn't get their construction wood. They couldn't, you know, I mean, there's a lot of cost to having a national park in your backyard. And I said to them, we said to them, this is from the forestry department. And we said, okay, what's the trade-off? What would you like to replace that? And they said, health. They had to walk 2 days to get to a clinic, and then they get there and there was no medicine. Schools. I mean, we do slash and burn agriculture. How can our kids do anything but slash and burn agriculture if they can't read and write? Okay. And then we need kind of economic help in managing water with small dams or whatever, because water is, I mean, we have too much water in some ways. So we have to figure, can you help us figure that out? They said to us. And then I got that USAID grant. And then I realized how siloed those grants are. I said to USAID, we need this. And they said, we need this. And I said, no, we gotta, they need everything together. And so what I had to do in the beginning is I had to go find other funding resources. I mean, I'm very grateful to Liz Claiborne, the very person who gave us that clothing line, gave me money for the education component, and also to MacArthur, who gave me money. MacArthur Foundation gave me money for the health, so that I learned to piece together bits of grants to make the whole happen. Because I think if we don't do that, and we're not really thinking about the people in the way that they're thinking about the problems, then this doesn't work. And also, USAID was there for 5 years. They had a 5-year grant. And then we got another 5 years, and then they moved on to a different place in Madagascar. And we were left, you know, all those people that had been, you know, had salaries for and help for doing a lot of these projects, they were just kind of left flat. And so that, again, I learned you can't have anything short-term like that. You do have to review and figure out and evaluate and figure out where to go next. But you can't just leave the poorest country in the world and just go on to the next thing and leave bitter people behind. So we've had a great ride. It's a roller coaster ride, but we've had a great ride working together for these 38 years, I guess it is now, teaching and sharing and learning together. These, you know, there are lots of village elders there. There I'm sharing Tokagasi, which is the local moonshine, and that's required for all these ceremonies. Because I didn't, as an anthropologist, I didn't want to lose their culture. I wanted them to be richer. I wanted them to have, you know, the basic needs, but without sacrificing the culture. That's really hard. So in order to do that, we have to really think through a lot of things that I never thought we'd be thinking through. And One Health, human communities and wildlife together. One Health is a concept that natural resources is included in health. You're healthier if you have clean water. Clean water comes from the forest. You're healthier if you don't have landslides that destroy your homes and crops. And it's trees that hold the land in place when those cyclones, they're adapted to doing that when those cyclones occur. Healthcare, of course, is something that we do. I have a remote, or we have a remote team that goes around to all the remote villages because it can take a very long time to get out to those villages, days walk. But those people are near the forest, and so they need to have help with everything that they can get so that they can become conservationists. And education, of course. What we're trying to do now is to get an education program into the national curriculum so that everybody understands that that first of all, to value their biodiversity. I mean, when we first got there, it was, you know, all they learned about was squirrels, you know, because it was a French colony. And all their textbooks were, you know, translated from the French, or they were not translated, they were French. And so that's a real change to have them value their extraordinary biodiversity and their amazing forests. And participatory science, I think this is one of the most fun things that we've done. We got a couple grants to go out to those local villages and bring their microscopes and let them see germs, because I don't believe in the germ theory. All right. So, but if you see them, you have a lot better knowledge of what we're talking about by let's boil your water. And also just taking data. I mean, climate change, okay. I mean, if you take data, rainfall every day, and you're a kid, and you see that there's less rainfall in some months than there has been, and then you begin to understand that there's change happening. And the only way that I think any of us are convinced is by actually either participating or seeing it ourselves. We integrated ecotourism into conservation. And when I first got to Radamafan, they didn't even know what a tourist was. And they laughed when I said people would come from all over the world to see your lemurs. But they do. And it's a great economic boon because was one hotel, one not very good hotel when I got there. Now there's 38 hotels, all run by local people, probably half owned by outsiders, but half owned by local people, and lots of jobs. And of course, you have restaurants and handicrafts and everything. So that's one way to generate income for people to see. And I'll tell you, the pandemic did it, didn't it? All of a sudden, no more tourists, no more researchers. Nobody came to Madagascar for almost 3 years, and there was no income. It was tough. But now we're back on course again. People are coming to Madagascar, and researchers are coming back. And if you want to come, you know, we do have study abroads, 3 of them. One of them is in June. It's basically May 26th to July 4th. One of them is the fall semester, and the other one is in January, 3 weeks in January. And you can come on the Stony Brook study abroad, or you can have your own if you want. Okay, so integrating research questions into human interests. That's something we've also tried to do. Everybody's getting a little bit older. And you know what? 1991, Bonner Rex, who wrote a paper that talked about mouse lemurs getting Alzheimer's in Paris. They were a colony that had been there for about, 6, maybe 10 generations in small cages. And suddenly for mouse lemurs, at a young age, we're starting to get a bit dotty. So when they died, they looked at their brains and they had plaques and tangles, like some humans do. And so then we began to ask the question, first of all, is it diet? Is Is it the locomotive activity, small cages? What is it that's giving them the plex and tangles? And so I got an NSF grant to go into the wild and look at aging of lemurs in the wild. And these mouse lemurs were getting old, 10, 15, 18 years old for an animal. I mean, mice live 2 years. And yet they weren't having they didn't get cataracts, they didn't get gray. They weren't, the only problem we found, because we kept giving them tests, we have like 2,000 these little mouse lemurs out in the rainforest now with chips in them, and we catch them periodically. What they do have a little loss of hearing, the older ones, but that's all we found. It's amazing. So is it diet? Is it locomotor behavior? I think it's both. Okay, so part of the important part of Madagascar is it has so many new species to science. If you want to find a new species to science, just go to Madagascar. And we have so much and not enough researchers to really make all these discoveries. And so we got to use other things. And one of the things that we're using now is iDNA, that's ingested DNA. So we take a mosquito, we capture him, and then we look at the blood he has ingested to find out. We can go back as far as 3 blood meals and figure out what he's been feeding on. That's an important part of the ecosystem as well. I mean, we're all used to thinking about malaria, and that's important too. And we have lots of malaria studies. What is that thing down there? Oh my God, it's a leech. Yes, we do have leeches in Madagascar. And the same thing, that we can get 3 blood meals out of those leeches to find out what they're eating. And we have found, I mean, that's a great way to do a biological survey, is just look at the leeches and catch the mosquitoes, because you're finding animals that you just wouldn't find any other way. The other thing that they found was doing some mosquito work is that Anopheles mosquito that gives you malaria, it was found, many were found, I don't have that graph, but many are found in the homes of the local people outside the park. And many more are found in the rice fields. But inside the park, inside where the forest is, the Anopheles mosquitoes are very, very rare. It's interesting. If we have more forest, maybe we'd have less malaria, maybe. Then there's environmental DNA, and I think you've all heard about that. You just take a cup of water out of a stream and you can figure out all the different animals that have been defecating and urinating and living around that stream. So it's a great way to get an idea, a snapshot of the animals inside forest. And I've just found I call it the lost rainforest, a forest that scientists hadn't ever seen before in the central part of Madagascar. And we're using eDNA to try to figure out what the animals are inside. And then, of course, integrating more technology, medical drones, where we put the medicines in the belly of this plane, and then it can go, to a village that take you 2 days to walk to and deliver those medicines in at less than an hour. And also, drones can be used for conservation, because you can see on the other side of that mountain pretty quick what's going on. And we can capture the ecosystem complexity by using new sensors, both at the top of the rainforest and the bottom throughout the rainforest. And of course, using climate data and new ways to catch climate data to monitor climate change. That's a river that's it's brown and it's filled over capacity. And this forest, it has these problem trees, an invasive species of pathogen have just come into Madagascar, and we were the first one to detect it. That attacks only calophyllum trees, but we're working on trying to find, it's a bark beetle, we think. So restoring Madagascar's ecosystems. First thing, let's understand how the ecosystem works. Once we do that, we can integrate ecology into reforestation. Everybody's saying, let's plant trees, let's plant trees. But what we really want to do is plant the right trees, not pine and eucalyptus that makes the soil toxic and that, take the water and not give it, And so we've incorporated a program where everybody is involved with this forest restoration. And then in order for people to make, people chop down trees to do slash and burn agriculture to be able to make a living. Okay. But let's make it so planting trees, preserving trees makes you more money. And that's when vanilla, Malagasy vanilla, and peppercorns and turmeric and cinnamon and all these other plants are can be, that vanilla is an orchid. And it's an orchid that grows on structures. So the endemic, we know that they grow faster and better pods when they're on endemic trees. Like this guy here is so excited because after 2 years, he got an incredible crop of vanilla on our endemic trees. And peppercorns, we found a brand new species of peppercorn, black peppercorns in our forest. It's supposedly so high that every chef at all these high-end restaurants is going to want it. So we're learning to grow it on on the forest trees, the endemic trees that we planted out. And there is another farmer just capturing the, it's interesting because, vanilla is not from Madagascar, it's from Mexico. But it's pollinated by a special bee that's on the verge of extinction. But in Madagascar, people pollinate each vanilla plant. And so it's and they love doing, it's a very profitable thing for them to do. So everything is interconnected. If we are going to really restore a lot of what was Madagascar in the past, we're going to have to think about all the component parts. We're going to have to think about how to really restore an ecology. That's really hard when you're talking about something as complex as a tropical rainforest. We're going to have to figure out how to market these things because these poor farmers are not able to have the money to actually to market them, to buy trucks, to make storage warehouses. Right now, most of the vanilla that you get is produced in a kind of, what should I say, mafia sort of system where one guy owns all the vanilla and he controls the price. What we're doing is working with communities. We're changing that. And that one guy did die recently, which is it was a relief to me because I was a little worried about our people. And also gets the communities involved with actually doing the planting. So, we get the seeds out of the forest and they actually grow the seeds and then they plant the seeds and then they're responsible for the seeds and they get paid to do this. But they are in charge of the crops, these high value crops that are actually being planted on those trees. So there's the rainforest. It's a beautiful, beautiful place that all those 15 species of lemurs really love, and you would too if you came to visit. But we're trying to expand that forest and expand it to cover all of that part of Madagascar, 95%, which is barren wasteland. It's not cities, it's just barren wasteland. If we can restore that, if we can get people jobs, but that will pay more with actually growing a forest rather than cutting a forest, I think we're on the right track. So if we can integrate all these things together, I think we can save Madagascar, both its people and its wildlife. And we can't forget the wildlife. We have to thank all of our teams that work so hard, all the villagers and all of the officials too, the Ministry of Environment, etc. And so that's what I've been doing in Madagascar for the last 38 years. And I hope you can come and see the place. It's really an amazing country. And now a lot of you are biologists. It's an amazing thing to see the biology of Madagascar. Thank you very much.
So we have about, say, 7 minutes for questions, so you can come up to the microphone. And then afterwards, we'll have our next break.
Hello. Hi. Great talk. Thank you. I was wondering, in addition to this, Madagascar, as you mentioned, has a history of French colonization. Are there any efforts to sort of restore culture or local knowledge that may have been lost in those decades of colonization and what has happened since?
Yes, there's several people that are working now on trying to get, we started very early on trying to get the stories from the local people. And actually, I got an NIH grant to look at the medicinal properties of plants in the rainforest. And in order to make it really happen, I gathered all the traditional elders together to ask them the stories about how they use the plants. We got lawyers so that, intellectual property rights were not compromised. Because that's very important. And I've tried really hard, and I think all of us have worked in Madagascar, tried very hard not to crush that culture, but to allow it to flourish with these new ideas coming in. That's really hard to do, but we are trying to do that. And we welcome as many people that want to save the traditions as possible, because we need to get out to the people to ask them what they are. The people are elderly now, and time is of the essence, shall we say. But yes, we have tried to do that as much as we could.
Thank you.
And it's interesting because it's really different than when I was in South America and the Amazon, because 85% of Madagascar is rural. And each of these villages is run by a traditional king who goes back until, the very beginning when the people came over from Borneo. So there are a lot of traditions that are 2,000 years old, not 4 million years old, but are 2,000 years old. And it's all oral. So if you don't get the stories now, it's going to be gone. Nobody ever has written anything down. Oh, can I quickly say something? Yeah. Okay. So recently, I did some paleontological expeditions too, because that's kind of my hobby. So we dug 15, we took 15 men. A sapphire miner came and said that he had found bones. So at this place, we got 15 men to dig 15 meters down for 15 days. And we found incredible fossil lemurs and elephant birds, the world's largest bird, and crocodiles and turtles and everything. And then we found, to make a really long story short, cut marks on the bones. So that means that somebody was here before the people that came from Borneo 2,000 years ago, because we dated every one of those bones. And every one was like 9,500 years, 9,600 years. They were all the same age, almost 10,000 years ago. And when we had a press release, we got up in front of the Malagasy television and, talking to them about this wonderful study. One of the journalists said, well, we're really happy that you finally gave scientific credence to a myth that has always been in Madagascar, that there were people before us. So yeah, we should listen to those stories because they probably do have a scientific basis. We just, okay, thanks.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I had a question about replanting efforts in Madagascar. And so you raised a point that we should understand about what to plant. And recently there's also been debate of where to plant trees. And it's not just in Madagascar, but across tropical ecosystems. And so I wanted to sort of have a view about how are replanting efforts done in respect to where the trees are being planted.
Yeah, because none of these trees had ever, we looked at the rainforest. We scientists, knew what the lemurs ate, what trees. We knew, because we've done so many botanical plots, we knew approximately how far they were spaced. So we used that kind of knowledge to actually start planting out those trees. And none of them, of course, are known to any of us because they're all Malagasy, and everything in Madagascar is endemic, including the vegetation. And so it's like a big experiment. We know after we started planting trees in 1980 and 1991, 95. So we have all the trees that we planted out in 95. I was trained in graduate school that tropical trees take like 25, 50 years to actually produce fruits and flowers. They started producing fruits and flowers when they were planted out in an open area that was tavied, that was slash and burned. They started, it seemed like they were suddenly released from all that, shade inside the forest. They grew faster and they produced fruits and flowers at 15 years. And so then we started watching, okay, so we have this, this forest, let's watch what comes into the forest. So first came the tenrecs in the forest floor, and then the birds and the bats, of course, they can fly in. And then we had chameleons walking in, and we slowly saw that planted forest start to become an ecosystem. And that's kind of why I think we can do it for the rest of Madagascar if we get the money.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, so if there are no more questions, we'll take another 10-minute break and we will return for our next plenary speaker.
No, I don't cross. Yep, there's your clicker. Once they introduce you, we'll pull up your slides.
Well, and it is as self-evident.
It is, and wherever you want to go.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Yeah, I've already liked it. Okay. That's wonderful. It's like, just look over that. How's everything going?
It's good. Yeah, it's great. No like crazy conditions. People seem to be enjoying it. Did we come to the conclusion on the mic stuff at all? I was at the first talk. It seemed to be fine as
It
is.
was fine at the last time. And they didn't come get the running mics. They didn't come get them. So
Yeah. Do you actually, it might be good to have like one for the.
coming into now. Right, he has this. So you can give it a beat to wake up.
So I can speak into that instead of that, or
If you want, yeah.
or it doesn't matter. I can speak into either one.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's all
These are,
right now.
these are pretty much staying on, so
Okay, gotcha. Stay away from it until we're ready.
don't tap them.
Okay, sounds good.
My sound ready, so.
All right, thank you. Shannon.
You're welcome. Are you ready? All right, we're gonna start next.
Howdy. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started here with Dr. Cook's talk. I'm just going to give a short introduction. So Stephen J. Cook is a Canadian biologist specializing in ecology and conservation and physiology of fish. He is best known for his integrative work on fish physiology, behavior, ecology, and human dimensions to understand and solve complex environmental problems. He is currently a Canada Research Professor in Environmental Science and Biology at Carleton University and the editor-in-chief of scientific journals such as Conservation, Physiology, and Fisheries. Dr. Cook earned his doctorate degree at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in 2002. Cook's research has contributed to many aspects of biology, conservation, and management of fish and aquatic ecosystems. Often, Cook uses novel technology like EMG transmitters and telemetry techniques to understand the behavior and physiology of free-living animals, such as fishes. Recently, he provided a framework for the application of telemetry techniques to enable IUCN Red List ranking. Cook uses interdisciplinary approaches ranging from behavior to genomics to study complex conservation and management problems. Notable awards given to Dr. Cook include being a recipient of the Award of Excellence from the Fisheries Management section of the American Fisheries Society in 2005, and becoming a Natural Scientist and Engineering Research Council EWR Stacy Memorial Fellow in 2015. He also was elected to the Royal Society of Canada's College of New Scholars, Artists, and Scientists, and served as secretary and member to the council from 2017 to 2019. With over 500 publications, Dr. Cook is considered a world leader in fisheries and has made substantial contributions to deepen our understanding of conserving freshwater biodiversity. So let's give a round of applause for Dr. Cook.
All right, truly wonderful to be here. Really thank all of you for taking the time to join us today. I'd like to thank the fellow speakers. I've learned so much already and look forward to the rest of today. And I look forward to tomorrow learning from all of you, the students that have been doing great work as well. So you heard a little bit, I'm a fish head, so definitely on the fishy side of things, but also a father, 3 young boys, and along the way, I've started to really think a lot about the future that we are going to be leaving them, the future that I'm going to be leaving them. And I've pivoted my research to be more focused on addressing the freshwater biodiversity crisis, which is what I'm going to talk about today. In terms of some themes that connect back to Professor Grimm, Professor Wright, I think one of those is going to be connecting science to action. That's going to be sort of in the middle part of my presentation, but you'll see some other connections as well. It was mentioned that I use a fair amount of technology in our research program, but I'm not going to really go there. But if anybody wants to talk about technology, technoscience, and conservation, I'd love to do so, but that's not what I'm covering today. So freshwater biodiversity has value. This is an image taken from a paper that we published a few years ago, focusing just on the value of inland fish. Being a fish person, it's easy to think of fish as being valuable. We can, of course, think about the nutrition that's derived from inland fisheries resources, freshwater fish, and particularly in supporting some 500 million or so of the most food insecure people in the planet, where freshwater fish is their primary source of protein. Certainly livelihoods, and what's particularly relevant here is that when we think of Africa, over 50% of the individuals employed in the inland fisheries sector are women. And then, of course, coming from Canada, where 4.9% of our population are comprised of Indigenous individuals, we can immediately think about things like culture and spirituality. But there's a lot more. That's just fish. And when you start to think more broadly about what freshwater means and how it impacts people, you can come up with a paper title like that. That's actually the title of a paper that we just published called People Need Freshwater Life. And it was very easy to find lots of examples about how we depend on freshwater resources for more than just the fishy things that I just described. Everything from mattresses that are made out of aquatic freshwater vegetation, skin extracts that come from frogs that have medicinal properties, and so on. So freshwater biodiversity certainly has intrinsic value, but it also serves us in many ways. Yet inland fisheries and freshwater biodiversity are largely missing in the Sustainable Development Goals. And whenever I say that, everybody points and says, haven't you read number 14? And I have, and I'll read it for you. Conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources, okay? Yeah, it's underwater, that is life underwater, but freshwater is captured in other SDGs related to sanitation and clean drinking water. So when we start thinking about fresh water, we think about what we drink and we think about what we flush, but we aren't necessarily thinking about the life within. So fresh water in general has been something that hasn't gotten a lot of attention, freshwater biodiversity. There are a number of reasons for that. Fresh water, again, we treat as a commodity. It's something that we extract, we use it for commercial purposes to grow food. As I said, it's something that we put waste in on a daily basis. That, of course, that can lead to less dollars for research. It's not viewed as important. What's beneath the surface is also rather invisible. I live in the city of Ottawa, and there's a canal that runs right through the downtown area. And about once a year, the local newspaper will email me and say, hey, we're doing a story on how there's fish in the canal. Somebody saw a fish in there. And as if that's surprising. I can't help but look in water, and I always see fish. But if you don't have fish eyes, you kind of miss it. And so this isn't like the Great Barrier Reef. We're not, we don't have the freshwater equivalent to Finding Nemo. And so we have lower public profile. We have this idea that there's no freshwater charismatic fauna, and I think that's certainly misrepresenting what's out there. There's stingrays that are the size of this mat, freshwater stingrays, absolutely massive in the Mekong River basin. Not too far from here, we have paddlefish, which are truly unique animals. It goes on and on and on. And then finally, when we think about freshwater, think of oceans, we manage oceans, but in freshwater, it's easy to just say, well, we'll just manage for forests and we'll manage for landscapes, terrestrial landscapes, and freshwater will just sort of come along with it. It's part and parcel with that terrestrial landscape. And so it becomes less recognized in those global initiatives. So there are a number of reasons, as summarized here, as to why there's less conservation effort and success in this space. So just to paint you a quick picture of the status, these are just a few quick stats. So we know that freshwater wetland extent is down by about 70% since the 1970s. We know that the extinction rate in freshwater is equal, freshwater ecosystems is equal to that of the rainforest that we slash and burn. 1/3 of the 28,000 or so freshwater dependent species that have been assessed so far are threatened with extinction. Freshwater fish have the highest extinction rate among vertebrates, 877 times higher than background rate in North America. And right here in the southwestern United States, certainly one of the drivers of the extent of that decline. Amphibians, of course, are the most imperiled of our vertebrate taxa, and they are freshwater dependent. About 44% of the 511 or so freshwater mollusks are categorized as near threatened or threatened, according to the IUCN. And in terms of plants, it's a who knows. The IUCN freshwater plant working group is a very lonely place. If anybody's interested, I know that Richard Lansdowne would certainly appreciate some help there. So you may be familiar with something called the Living Planet Index that World Wildlife Fund puts together. Basically, it's calibrating everything back to 1970 as if that was pristine. And we can have a long discussion about how that's probably not a good idea, but it's when we started to have decent trend through time data. There was enough real data that we could work with to do this kind of thing. And so again, take this at face value. If you go back and assume that everything was good in 1970s, even since then, we've seen continued dramatic declines in biodiversity. And to be clear here, this is not about richness. This is not about loss of species. This is about declines in populations from what they were before to what they are today. And so you can see we've got a whale up there to signify the marine environment and an elephant to signify the terrestrial environment. And you can see that they've certainly down, but also relatively stable, but also doing much better than freshwater organisms. And I've used a blue fish there to signify freshwater, but this isn't just fish. That's everything from mollusks to amphibians and so on. So quite simply, freshwater organisms are doing very poorly. Whenever I talk about this kind of thing in North America, it's really easy to say, yeah, I'm sure that's a problem over there, wherever there is. And so in Canada, that led us to do this analysis. So we aggregated the data for 2,791 freshwater dependent species in Canada. Turns out that 28% of those are at risk. 38% are data deficient. In other words, we don't know anything about their status. And you can see here the categorization where the lighter colors at the top indicate greater levels of either extinct extinction or threatenedness. And then towards the bottom here, the darker colors either not at risk, data deficient, or unavailable. And you can see across the board from amphibians to plants to fishes that we're not doing so well. So there's examples of imperiled taxa within all of those groups. So this isn't just a problem on the other side of the planet. This is a problem right here in North America. Now, there are some challenges with monitoring freshwater systems. So when I showed you the idea that there's a lot of data deficiencies out there, that's with good reason. That's problematic. Species are going extinct before we even know that they exist. And there's some good examples with major hydropower development in the Congo and the Amazon basin and so on, where that has happened. There's inherent challenges with doing this kind of work, depending on where you live. If you're working in large rivers, there's high flows, it's turbid. There's some places where there's toothy critters, there's lots of parasites out there. There's reasons why you may not want to jump in, or normal traditional sampling gear might not work so well. Even in places where we do have capacity, where we have scientific expertise, robust governance systems, there's still challenges. And we tend to focus on commercially exploited, recreationally targeted species for both our stock assessment and management. And then in some places, there's certainly limited capacity for population monitoring. And so collectively, we get a lot of this classification, this data deficient category, and it's also difficult to do effective interventions. If you don't know the state of a population, it makes it difficult to apply different levers and trying to address problems. At the same time, it ain't easy. And so I live in Ontario, and we have 250,000 lakes, about 100,000 kilometers of rivers, and 350,000 kilometers of square kilometers of wetlands in the province. And we have 250 MNRF biologists and managers. So that would be the equivalent of your state fish and wildlife managers and biologists. So 250. And so basically just some simple math there. Each one has to deal with about 1,000 lakes, 400 kilometers of rivers, and 1,400 square kilometers of wetlands. That's a lot of water. That's impossible to do. Even if you had a well-funded team working for you, you're not going to be able to figure out what's going on. There are, of course, a lot of threats, and I think many of them are known to you. We can talk about hydropower, different elements of hydropower, fragmentation being an obvious one, change in flows. Urbanization, we saw some trapezoidal concrete stormwater examples earlier today. Not a lot of room for biodiversity in that system. Resource extraction, and I'm showing you here aggregate mining, it could be sand or gravel, a big issue in places like the lower Ganges. But there's also overharvest of biological resources. So remember, I come from the north, so we ice fish. I think that's actually your fellow countrymen, though. That's Minnesotans. There's just an example of something that might contribute to overharvest. Climate change, and that might be hot and dry. It could be cold and wet. But the point is that things are changing. Invasive species, these are Dresnid mussels encrusting on native mollusks. Pollution, and I think whenever I say pollution, everybody immediately jumps to some kind of toxic chemical, but pollution comes in many forms. One of the most nefarious ones is pictured here, which is just silt. So every time a house is built, a construction development happens, a road is built, silt fences are erected in an effort to prevent that material from moving into the systems. And you can see they fail quite routinely, and it smothers aquatic life, all those lovely interstitial spaces within streams where organisms live and hide and reproduce get completely smothered. So this is not necessarily something that's new. David Dudgeon and colleagues wrote about the status of freshwater biodiversity back in 2006, and it wasn't good then. We revisited it with a team a couple years ago, and not only are all of those problems from yesteryear still around. There's a whole bunch of new ones. I'm just blowing that up for you so you can take a closer look there. So everything from infectious disease, HABs, expanding hydropower, new emerging contaminants, microplastic, light noise, and so on. And of course, if you go all the way to L, right near the top there, cumulative stressors. All of these things add up. They come together in complex ways and really are problematic for our systems. Layer on top of that, that demand is going to continue to increase. These are all numbers that come from the UN. So expectation that the demand for potable water will go up by 55% by 2050. Requirement for food up by 60%, and we depend a lot on water to produce and process food. And electricity up by 80%, and hydropower will be a major player in providing energy over the next 30 years or so. So it ain't going to get better. So if we go back to this graph, I want you to work with me here, and I know that it's just a bunch of dots that are connected, but I want you to see a curve. I want you to see a curve that's sort of has a downward trend to it. And that's because I want you to overlay that with the late Georgina Mace's concept of bending the curve for biodiversity loss. So this is a really fascinating paper. In it sort of describes this trend that we're seeing. And what's important here is that that is despite things like the Convention on Biological Diversity, COP6, Aichi targets, you throw the SDGs in here, things are still going down for freshwater biodiversity. So the question is, where will we end up? Is the status quo somewhere down here? If we do a decent amount, can we at least stabilize? Or is this what we want? Is that the future that we desire, where we actually rebuild, restore freshwater biodiversity? So the question is, how do we do that? How do we so-called bend the curve? The WWF brought about 25 of us together back in 2018 to muse about that. And we developed what was called the Emergency Recovery Plan for Freshwater Biodiversity. And in it, we identified 6 things that we need to do. Now, these are all very high level, and anybody that knows anything about freshwater ecology and conservation is going to look at these and say, duh. And of course, the devil is in the details. But things like accelerating the implementation of e-flows, improving water quality, protecting and restoring critical habitats, and so on. And so the idea is every time we do one of these add up, and the clever graphic designers at WWF created this figure that sort of shows that concept. Here's business as usual. And so how do we apply these different concepts to truly bend the curve? So we've spent some time thinking about this, and I want to introduce you to Dr. Kim Bernie-Govan. She did her master's in my lab and then went to Danish Technical University for her PhD, and she's continuing to work with us in this space. And we took a step back and said, well, how do we actually move things forward? Sort of thinking about where the rubber hits the road with respect to conservation and bending the curve. And we came up with the idea that we're in a race because there's some urgency here. And we came up with an acrostic to go along with it. So the R stands for reshaping our relationship with fresh water. A is appreciating indigenous knowledge systems relating to water. C is connecting science to action. And I told you I'm going to dwell on that one. So we're going to go deeper into that space. And E, elevating fresh water as a unique domain. So this is where the bulk of the talk is going to focus. I'm going to focus on the race and how we get there. And as I said, a big chunk is going to be on C because I think that's particularly important and where there's some troubling things I have to share with you. So, but let's quickly just start with the R here. So this is again, reshaping our relationship, trying to think a little bit differently. So first of all, we have to get members of the general public thinking about why freshwater is important, why freshwater biodiversity matters, and thinking about that in terms of how they consume, how they interact with our resources, how they vote. Valuing freshwater biodiversity, and that's particularly important when trying to generate the political will for change. And then finally, thinking about providing rivers and wetlands with legal protection via personhood. And we're actually starting to see this. Started in New Zealand, and now we have a couple examples in Canada, and I believe there's one in Florida now. So something, the idea that it becomes more difficult to do bad things to these systems, but it also gets people thinking about the value of rivers and thinking about them as living entities. The next one is all about Indigenous ways of knowing, making sure that we remember that Indigenous knowledge systems are a legitimate source of knowledge and in fact are a form of science. Respectfully working with our Indigenous partners to actually do conservation work in a way that ensures that we're upholding their rights and then embracing and nurturing relationships with those local knowledge holders. In terms of what that can look like, this is some art that we commissioned with an Indigenous artist to go along with a paper led by Andrea Reid, who is an Indigenous scholar at the University of British Columbia, and this was one of her PhD thesis chapters at our lab. And so the status quo is this idea that we have a knowledge space, it's singular, that is Western science. That's how most of us are trained, the lens that we bring to the work we do, to your dissertation. And we therefore look in this decision space at things through that singular lens. There's been this idea that, whoa, Indigenous knowledge and ways of knowing is important. And so you will hear the word incorporate. We're going to incorporate Indigenous knowledge into what we're doing. That is a form of assimilation. And then you end up looking, again, still through that singular lens. What Andrea really pushed for here, and it came out of thinking by Albert Marshall, who's a Mi'kmaq elder, this idea of two-eyed seeing, this idea that we have one eye that we look through Indigenous knowledge, another through Western science. There's overlap, and we certainly consider them together. But when we come into this decision space, we acknowledge and respect their differences. They complement each other, and we use that to inform how we move forward. So the concept of two-eyed seeing as one way to do this. All right. We're moving on to C. This is connecting science to action. So first of all, doing science that's actually relevant to curve bending activities. Doing science in a good way, and then making science or evidence readily available for decision makers and practitioners and identifying what works. Practitioners are the frontline workers in addressing the freshwater biodiversity crisis, and we have to equip them with what they need to do their jobs. So briefly, I'm going to touch on doing science in a good way in one slide. This was a COVID project where we were all sitting at home, and I brought together folks that were in my department that were working in the conservation space, as well as some individuals from allied organizations, and we came up with this conservation acrostic. And it came from the realization that we're increasingly seeing something that might be deemed to be good science from a technical perspective, but done in a way that trampled on rights, that wasn't inclusive, that the approach wasn't so good, and that science ends up being ignored. And that's, of course, a waste of resources, and along the way, relationships may have been damaged. So revisiting how we do science and realizing that the process is as important as the findings. And so here are some of the things that we thought about there. I'm not going to read them all. Co-production, which is perhaps something we can talk about on the panel. Open, nimble, solutions-oriented, transdisciplinary, inclusive, optimistic, nurturing, and so on. These are words that you normally don't associate with science. But this is about that idea of re-envisioning how we prepare the next generation and how we do conservation work. All right, so this is where I'm really going to settle in and talk about evidence. Every day, there are natural resource managers and practitioners that make decisions on our behalf. And the idea is that they are helping to protect and restore our environment. We spend money doing lots of things. We install fishways, we create wetlands, we move organisms around. But the question is, are we basing these decisions and actions on the best available evidence? Back in 2004, there was a survey done in the United Kingdom of land managers. And it was a social science survey, and they asked them, how do they make their decisions? And it turns out that the actions that they did were largely experience-based, and they relied heavily on on traditional management. In other words, the status quo. We've always done it that way, so that's how we do things. And it just becomes self-reinforcing. In other words, managers are not making full or systematic use of all the information that's out there to support their decisions. I remember when we presented this to colleagues in Canada, they said, well, that's land managers in the UK, so we had to do our own work. And not surprisingly, we found the same thing. So when we interviewed various actors in British Columbia, and here it extended a little bit beyond just fisheries managers because there's other individuals involved in the fisheries management process. But it turns out that personal contacts are the primary source of science-based information among the DFO, that's our Federal Fisheries Management Agency, among the managers. And in fact, we called it cross-cubicle communication. So literally they stood up and they leaned over into the cubicle beside them and would ask the question. And so DFO is a science-based organization. They have over 500 PhD level research scientists that work for them. But guess what? They're in different buildings. They're in different cities. They're at the research labs. They aren't sitting beside in the adjacent cubicle to the managers. So again, not necessarily having access to the best available information. So all of this led to an awakening, and Bill Sutherland, Andrew Pullen, and others really pushing for this need for evidence-based conservation. And this is something that you probably are scratching your head saying, well, yeah, isn't that how we should be doing things? But the reality is that we've not done a great job of it. The collaboration of environmental evidence was founded by Andrew Pullen. And the idea came from his life partner, Terry Knight, who worked in the public health sphere. And she did evidence syntheses, something called systematic reviews, to inform healthcare decisions. And so basically, Andrew ripped off the idea, made it environmental in focus, and we now have this collaboration for environmental evidence. Anybody can be part of this. It is a community of practice. There's no membership fee. There's no cost. We have a journal, a library, guidelines for doing these kinds of things, and so on. There's Andrew right there. I founded the Canadian Centre for Evidence-Based Conservation in 2014, largely out of frustration. So I was being a so-called good academic. I was publishing papers, putting things in the library. I was even being naive and throwing science in the pipeline, emailing it to managers. But at the end of the day, the science was ignored, or it took a decade or more before it started to actually have impact. And so I thought this might be a way to really increase the impact of the work that we were doing. And so, as I mentioned, systematic review is the tool that's core to evidence-based conservation. And so let me just differentiate that from a traditional lit review, which is something that you've all done somewhere along the way, subject to bias, varying levels of comprehensiveness, and rarely do you assess the quality of an individual study. If you find a study, you take it at face value, what the author said, what the conclusions are. You don't drill into it and say, well, I'm not really sure that they had sufficient statistical power to actually come up with that conclusion. Or there was a flaw in their experimental design. You simply take their conclusions at face value. What's different with a systematic review is that you have a very well-defined question. You follow a very specific process. In fact, the first paper you do, you publish a protocol, and then you follow that protocol when you're actually doing the review. And so it's transparent, objective, repeatable, updatable, it's robust to criticism, it minimizes bias, and it always includes a critical appraisal of the quality of evidence. Okay? So this is really important. In the healthcare sphere, when you walk into a medical clinic and you have a common cold, they don't give you antidiarrheal medicine, okay? They send you home and tell you to have chicken soup and rest and drink lots of water and sleep, because that's what the evidence base suggests works. It's to have a common playbook so that people aren't doing this, that, and the other thing. Meta-analysis can be part of either of these. So meta-analysis isn't different if you have appropriate data that was either collected in a biased way or a less biased way, you can do a quantitative analysis on it, which is one of the goals. So we do these, and we've done a bunch of them. And so I'm going to just summarize 3 of them here. And so this example is on the effectiveness of captive breeding programs. So freshwater organisms are doing so poorly that we're bringing freshwater fish and mollusks into the lab, into captive breeding facilities, and trying to produce them in captivity as a conservation measure. Here is the conclusion, one of the primary conclusions of our paper. There's limited evaluation of the effectiveness of such programs at all 3 stages. That's the broodstock collection, rearing release methods, and post-release monitoring. Here's some of the fish data. This is just showing you clusters of evidence, but also the whole. So anywhere where we've got some dark red here, that's where we have a decent number of studies. But by and large, there's lots of things that we don't know that make it difficult to know whether or not this is actually an effective conservation strategy or intervention. The next is on the effectiveness of non-native fish removal. So when non-native fish are introduced, oftentimes governments will go out and try and remove them using a variety of different approaches. One of the things we found here is that the data quality was really low. So when we did our critical appraisal, most of the studies ended up being of such low quality that they were either excluded or downweighted. So that certainly is problematic. And so that made it difficult to make any strong conclusions about what worked and what doesn't. But it also highlighted the fact that we need to do a better job as scientists. If we're going to assess interventions, conservation interventions, and figure out what works and what doesn't, we need to do a really good job of it, because managers will use that, or should be using that, to make their decisions. What's problematic is when you look through time, this is how we've categorized the quality of the study. Very low, low, medium, high quality study. Even in the most recent time period, you can see the vast majority of them were very low in quality. A few that were medium and none that were of high quality. So there's only ever one high study that was considered to be of high validity. So it makes it very difficult to make evidence-based decisions when the evidence base is so weak. The last example is on the effectiveness of spawning habitat creation or enhancement for substrate spawning freshwater fish. And this is something that happens quite a bit. We like to make rock piles or put other things in the bottom of water bodies to benefit fish. It can be as intricate as you see here, which is a completely constructed spawning channel, which is purportedly of the right depth, the right substrate, the right environmental conditions where those fish should be able to do well. At the end of the day, after pulling all of that literature together, we were able to do a meta-analysis on one small aspect, and we concluded that there's some benefit of the addition of rock for salmonids. Again, not an overwhelming or groundbreaking finding. The bulk of the studies were really low quality, but I want to point out what some of those issues were. One of the big ones was lack of long-term monitoring data. Literally, somebody would throw in a rock pile, arrive the next day, see a fish nearby. That's the end of it. That's the extent of monitoring. A lot of it's really, really poor, or lack of a comparator. So you don't know what was there before, or you're not using a reference site. And then, of course, bias towards salmonids. Very little known about other species. When we do a systematic review, even in examples like the ones I've just shown, where at the end of the day, we were unable to say, wow, this is what works, and this is exactly what you should do to benefit fish or mollusks, you do end up with a searchable database that has all the relevant papers, gray-lit included, that are extracted, annotated, so that if a manager sits down and looks at that paper and it's deemed to be of low quality, they know why. So they can then look at that paper through that same lens. You get a research agenda because you clearly identify the knowledge gaps, but it also improves the quality of future research and monitoring. And I'll give you a couple examples of how that substrate spawning fish systematic review has changed things in Canada. Two examples. So the first is that every time a hydropower utility or developer messes up habitat, they have to compensate. So they have to do habitat restoration. It usually involves, or creation, it usually involves work with substrate spawning fish, or oftentimes does. They have increased the monitoring requirements. So basically, they've said, we need you to be doing it at a level that would give us high quality evidence. So you're actually building the evidence base. So they've changed the monitoring requirements and won't approve things if they aren't done to that level. The other thing they've done is they've started to fund projects. Fisheries and Oceans Canada is now funding projects at a level that allows one to actually afford to have replication. When you're doing work on, say, large rivers and you're looking at the effectiveness of sturgeon spawning grounds, oftentimes you just get to do it at one site in one location. And so they funded a study for our lab to do in partnership with DFO that had three control rivers, three restored rivers, and it cost 3 times more because there were more sites, there was more work than involved. Unfortunately, COVID and 2 floods killed that study and they took the money back, but we do hope to do it again in the near future. But they're certainly trying to fund better science and realizing it costs more to generate high quality evidence. So here's the thing. I'm telling you that we need to bend the curve. I'm telling you these are things we need to do. But when you dig into the specifics, the specific actions that we might do to actually achieve these things, there's little evidence that 3 commonly used tools, at least in freshwater fisheries management and conservation, i.e. captive breeding, removal of invasives, or spawning habitat enhancement, are particularly effective. And that's alarming. So I'm going to come back to that in a few minutes, but when we're trying to connect science to action, that's problematic. We're not equipping the frontline workers or practitioners with what they need to make good decisions. So the E in the race is for elevate, realizing that freshwater systems are different from terrestrial systems and need to be treated as their own domain. We need to share our stories with diverse publics, and we need to ensure that water management and environmental conservation policymakers and practitioners are provided with evidence syntheses, things that they can use to make better decisions. And so taking that idea of synthesizing evidence and equipping practitioners with a toolbox, we had funding from the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council in Canada to develop a toolbox. The idea that if we're going to mobilize practitioners, if we're going to empower them to make good decisions, then we need to make it easy for them. So we came up with an online portal that has evidence syntheses on over 100 different conservation interventions that are used for freshwater ecosystems in Canada. We describe it in that paper for anybody that's interested, and that link will take you to the actual website where it's housed with Aquatic Habitat Canada. So trying to make it easy, give a toolbox to the practitioners to do what they need to do. So my hope, of course, is that you will join the race. This is something where we need all hands on deck. Certainly, we need scientists to be doing high quality science. We need scientists to synthesize that evidence. We need scientists to help empower community members, help develop stewards of the resource. And of course, we really depend on those practitioners, realizing that there is a disconnect and we need to do a better job of breaking down that boundary between science and action. There's lots of complexities there that I did not talk about today. We've done lots of social science work, and I'll come back to this concept of co-production. The single biggest thing that will determine whether or not your science gets actioned or not is if it was done in a way that it was co-produced. That is the formula for rapid and direct uptake of findings. The challenge, of course, is that co-production, so this would be, for example, and it can be done in different ways. It can be done with communities, and we saw that example earlier, but can also be done with urban planners. It can be done with environmental managers and so on. If they're involved in the process from the beginning in defining the research question, here's what I need to know as a practitioner. They're involved in the process, so there's trust in the process. They don't have to wait for a paper to be published. They're able to operationalize what you have learned together and bring it into their decision-making space. So am I optimistic? You know, I'm going to lean into the ocean optimism movement and say yes. I think we certainly need to have some optimism in freshwater or inland waters. And I love this quote from a decade or so ago. If conservation is to prevail and endure, we will need to marshal our forces with equal doses of realism and hope. And I think those concepts play off each other really nicely. And I think as scientists, we do a good job. We usually start our things off with a sky is falling narrative, and then we try and flip it around. But it's going to take some hard work, and it's going to take all of you and more. Am I hopeful? There's always little wins that we see. We saw at the Kunming Montreal Biodiversity Summit, this was the Montreal component a year ago, December. They were able to get language that fresh water is now explicitly mentioned and recognized as a unique domain. And so the idea here, this is from Stuart Orr, who's the WWF water lead. And he said, alarmingly, there's still a lot of brackets around fresh water in the draft UN biodiversity deal. Brackets mean things that not everybody has agreed upon, and so they could easily be deleted or expunged. But at the end of the day, freshwater, rivers, lakes, and wetlands were explicitly included. And so is it a new day for freshwater biodiversity? We will see. Certainly hopeful, but really it depends on all of us to help make that happen. So thanks for your attention.
Plenty of time for questions.
Hello.
Hi, thanks so much for your talk. Really, appreciate the thoughts about evidence base. I was curious, what is the evidence about kind of like the actual causes as opposed to what works for kind of the restoration? I don't have a freshwater background, but I saw the index. I saw it like precipitously drop from like 2008 to 2010. And I was like, is that a real drop? Is that just more information being resigned, or is there a lot of information about what are the causes and how that feeds into what is effective solutions?
Yeah, so you're absolutely correct that through time, they've done a much better job of assembling a much more diverse evidence base or database to go into the, mapping that decline. In terms of the individual drivers of that decline, there's lots of studies that have been done either looking at freshwater ecosystem health as a whole or constituents of that. And it's the usual, it's pollution, it's fragmentation, it's habitat degradation, it's invasive species, and climate change. So those are kind of the obvious ones, but they interact and compound. And as I showed, there's always new ones. And so I'll flip this around. We could all be problem-oriented scientists, right? We could write papers till the cows came home that started off with the effects of, and then you can sub in your favorite stressor on, and then you can sub in your favorite organism or ecosystem or whatever. Those papers are easy to write. I think it's time that we need to flip that. And we now know that there's problems, but we now need to develop solutions. And so the program that Nancy described, I think, is exactly the kind of medicine that we need to apply to our training program so that we are developing the problem solvers of tomorrow. We have failed you. Okay, our generation has not bent the curve. We've not done particularly well with the Sustainable Development Goals. We've not done particularly well with addressing the climate crisis. And so it's going to be, unfortunately, on your shoulders. And so, we need to make sure that you and your peers are prepared to do that hard work. And we haven't made it easy for you. There's a lot that needs to be done. Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. That was a great talk. And I agree with virtually everything you said. And I was just wondering about the E, which stands for what?
Elevate.
Elevate. Yeah. And as a freshwater scientist, I'm very excited about the idea of recognizing freshwater ecosystem. But I also think that there are a lot of examples out there of attempts to restore or protect rivers, for example, by modifying their environment, getting down in there and putting meanders in them and increasing complexity and things like that, that we have shown are not effective. And one of the reasons for that is because the rivers are integrating the land.
Yeah.
And so how do you get around? I mean, it's important to elevate those as these ecosystems in their own right that deserve protection. And yet, if you have people thinking about, you know, putting in spawning material or modifying the geomorphology of the river, but they're not thinking about what's happening in the watershed, then it's bound to fail. So we have to also integrate, don't you think, the terrestrial component that's surrounding that?
Absolutely. Otherwise, it's Band-Aids. And so going back to Noel Hines, who was a limnologist, you know, did a quite a famous presentation, and the title of the presentation, the eventual paper, is The Stream and Its Valley. And I certainly subscribe to that idea that, you know, watershed processes are driven by what happens upland. When we were in the UK trying to figure out what those 6 actions were, I had one called Back Off that I really wanted on there. And the idea was that we needed to back off, give water bodies space to do their thing. And that was sort of an ode to what you described, that, you know, the idea that we, you know, and of course there's immediately what's going on there, but it does extend back even further. So yeah, absolutely. We need to be thinking holistically. So yes, that fits in there. But we also need to get land managers to think about water and so on, and that it's not just, you know, a nuisance, and it's not just about conveyance, and make sure that they're working hand in hand with water experts that also care about the biodiversity side of things. Yeah, it's both.
So that was an amazing talk and very stimulating. But one thing was very disturbing to me. Your review of the quality of evidence in the literature showed a plethora of really low quality evidence.
Yep.
So what's going on? Like, are reviewers not doing their job, or editors doing a poor job? Like, it was kind of shocking.
Yep. It goes back to experimental design, and it may go back to funders, or it may go back to not being big enough in our thinking. And you know, ecology is also complex. You know, in the medical world, it's pretty evident what a gold standard study is. What a, you know, they're, you know, double-blind randomized controlled trials. You know, we don't, you know, we can say a Backy design is sort of our equivalent, but there's many reasons why that can't be done within the confines of a master's or a PhD. You know, maybe you can do a few of those in your career, kind of, you know, if we're talking about long time processes. So some things are inherent. You know, it's rare in a variety of domains that we find, not just freshwater ones where we find a lot of high quality, but usually you find a lot of those sort of medium quality ones that, you know, so it really goes back to the experimental design. Should those is there value in those lower quality ones? Probably, but should one be, can we use that to adequately synthesize the evidence to guide us? Not so much.
I wonder if there may be another dimension to this. So it seems like nowadays with the internet and publication statistics at everybody's fingertips, it's like there's an arms race to publish, and there's more journals than ever before. Like when I was a grad student decades ago,
yep,
there weren't that many journals, and it was tough to publish, right?
Yeah.
And now, you know, basically anything can find an outlet somewhere.
Absolutely. We could write a paper tonight and publish it within the week. That is our world. The other thing is, though, we can't take a paper that was published in Science and put it on a pedestal relative to one that was published in American Midland Naturalist. There are, you know, there's nonsense in science, and there's some amazing high quality experimental work in journals that have so-called low impact factor and aren't shiny and flashy. So it really comes to, you know, students, pull out your bullshit meter. Every time you read a paper, you can't rely on the journal. And we are imperfect as scientists. We are imperfect as editors, as referees, and so on. We all bring bias to the table. And so the critical appraisal phase, it's humbling. I've had my papers. We did a bunch on hydropower and be like, whoa, I was really proud of that study. And, it's like low quality, not very low, but low. And I'm like, whoa, okay, what would it have taken to do that differently? And it's almost more time, more money. So.
Thank you for the talk. So I'm biased too. I am a geneticist, and this is more a comment. I think we have to pay more attention to genetics, because among the factors that you're mentioning, basically that's the extinction vortex. And now genetics is really hitting to these populations. We, with some colleagues, are working with some species of African freshwater fish, and also I have to see the work of people in the Amazon. And populations of these fish have effective population sizes that are so low that I cannot believe that they can exist. So I think that's one big factor here for the holistic approach of this. And when you show the review of the first paper of if the ones that were maintaining captivity were doing great, and I think in salmonids, it's a lot of literature about adaptation to captivity, genetic adaptation to captivity. So it's just a comment about that.
Yeah, I think you could even broaden that out and say evolutionary principles need to be considered when we're managing conserving species. And so we go back to, Mary Ashley's paper, evolutionarily enlightened management. We don't do a good job of equipping our frontline workers, again, our natural resource managers, with that kind of thinking. And so I think there's something that can be done there too, but absolutely, evolution matters, genetics matter, and need to be considered within conservation. Yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have two questions.
Yeah.
And the first is, how much are you looking into the groundwater that we have, like most of the fresh water using there? And the second one is more a comment. We have seen with all the big industries, they don't send the technical people to be talking with the lawmakers. They have lobbyists. Where are the lobbyists from the universities working with the researchers, working with the grad students to translate our science into laws and policymaking?
Yeah. On the front end, I'm going to say I'm not a groundwater expert. I rely on hydrologists and such to, if ever I'm dabbling in that space, but certainly groundwater needs to be considered in all of this as well. With respect to the second part there, I think there's an onus on us to also sort of, do what needs to be done in terms of ensuring that evidence is brought to the table. And there's been a lot written on whether or not we should, as scientists, whether we should be advocates or not, whether we should just be so-called honest brokers, which I think is really important. But I sort of embrace the school of thought that it's okay to advocate. You just need to be really clear when it's the evidence that's speaking versus now you're going to hear my opinion. And just to separate those two things. So things are a little bit different in Canada. We don't have lobbyists in quite the same way. But I think the open science movement and transparency, I think there's a lot to be done there. I think that people want to be brought into the decision-making space and understand why decisions are being made. And we know that things are quite polarized right now in politics in both of our countries. And opening those processes up so people understand what evidence was used to make that decision, and that leads to accountability as well for doing things. And systematic reviews can be used when you've got one that's really strong its conclusions. It can be used to make it easier to do a difficult decision. So nobody wants to hear this, but here's what the evidence base suggests. So we're going to do this. It's not going to be popular, but we're going to do this because it's the right thing. Or alternatively, when decision makers say, yeah, we know there's a burden of evidence, it's this tall, and we're going to ignore it, right? So that we can hold them accountable for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so that concludes our, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, we got,
He thought he was just running for the door, right? Yeah.
some people are hungry.
So I noticed like a lot of what you talked about was sort of like public sector organizations, to say like that, you know, government, natural resource groups. And when it comes to just standardizing protocols and, you know, like the trends in freshwater management, is it really similar for like the private sector of that, like environmental consulting side, or are there any differences that you've seen?
Yeah, so usually what the private sector does is dictated, in terms of monitoring, is dictated by the regulator. But of course, there are other actors in all of this. So it could be local community groups. It could be the NGO sector that's involved. So yeah, again, trying to get everybody working from the same playbook and realizing they're all working on the same, you know, collectively on a team freshwater biodiversity conservation. So yeah, I haven't, there can be differences, and there's even differences between one environmental consulting firm and the next. But I think it's up to our regulators, at least in the governance systems that we operate in, to hold them to account.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions now? Okay, so that's gonna adjourn our morning and afternoon sessions. We're gonna be continuing our sessions with plenary speakers at 1:40 after lunch. Lunch is gonna begin at 12:30 today. Just pay close attention to these lanyards. If you have a green color on your lanyard, that means you RSVP'd for both days. If you have a pink color on your lanyard, that means you're good to eat the lunch as well today for RSVPing. So just keep that in mind. And then, yeah, we're going to start that at 12:30, just right out here by the tables. And then one other announcement I'll make as well is if you want to just kind of be around on campus on your leisure, there is this exhibit next to Rudder Tower called The Toll of Texas Roads. It's actually an art exhibit kind of talking about kind of the toll of roads on mortality of herps like snakes and turtles. It's in the MSC. So, but we'll continue back at 1:40. Thanks.
That's me. Okay, thank you.
Hey, you've had way too much time. All right, I'm gonna get her mic'd up on the phone one.
Okay, so this actually happens to be when I feel like especially if there's a very so it probably is. Yeah, exactly. It kind of like just more. What are you up here? Well, all the things I remember. Stories. Oh, others.
It's easy mic access.
Yeah. Right. Oh, that's amazing. Draw that up.